Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Still thinking about the night before I pray is on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd, the flashing blue red lights. I run to see the cottage outside the
The round robin is live on the air. NFL Week 2. I am Stephen Murray from our Chicks Beach Studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is America's favorite wagering show, discussing every angle in the National Football League for the slate of action today. This is your first look at the lines and the weather, and then we'll get into the meat of things all throughout the morning as we are live here on Week 2. And a very celebratory weekend as well. Shout out to my Virginia Beach Falcons, who win their rugby match yesterday, 59-10 over Roanoke. So how about that for a Saturday recap of scores? College, nothing crazy happened as far as I could tell yesterday, but most of the day was occupied with the rugby boys. Watching them get a big, hard-earned home opening victory over a pesky Roanoke physical big boy side. But the Falcons reigned supreme yesterday. But this is the round robin. We will break down everything in the NFL this morning. We'll go ahead and get right into it with Dave Del Grande here in a few minutes. If you're new to the show, this is what we do. We invest the minimum amount to make the maximum reward. We'll find every kind of angle. We'll do touchdown scores. We'll do alternate receiving running back prop lines. We'll do quarterback rushing yards. We'll fill the gamut in with everything possible we can. And I'll go ahead and post some tickets later this morning as well that I have going on. I have a lot of interesting stuff. Del Grande, me and him will build a touchdown score ticket for this afternoon. And we'll have a lot of fun this morning trying to find a lot of good plays. I think overall last week we were on top of a lot of things, probably just didn't have them hooked right together. I think at 4 different plays. We were 1 away. Isn't that always the case? I think we were a CD Lamb touchdown away from a couple of $1,000s. I know I was 10 CJ Stroud rushing yards away from a couple of $1,000. What else? If Tennessee doesn't blow that big lead, I think that's another winning ticket as well. And then there's one other one. Oh, yes, the Monday night game. How about the Monday night game? Just one more Breece Hall catch would have been a couple of $1,000. All of these off minimal investment tickets. we'll try to do a little bit better and take home the cash today. Actually, we are doing okay. We had Alabama on the alt line yesterday. That paid out well. And then a little soccer parlay that hit yesterday morning with the 7:30 slate. We had all three unders in the English championship, under 1.5 on the alt line. And that actually came home as all three games ended 1-0. All right, so let's go through the slate and what we're looking at today. And we'll talk about the weather. And I don't think there's much to talk about, but if you've been listening to this show in recent years, you'll know that I'm not the best weather forecaster either. But we'll see what we have going on so far. And I think we have a pretty dry slate overall. We'll start with game indoors in Dallas. So weather, not an issue, but, that stadium's kind of weird. It does have that middle opening. But right now the Cowboys sit at 6.5 and 46.5 as they host the Saints. Two of the more impressive victories last night. These teams will lock heads at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Big D this afternoon. Another good game. How about this? We have a lot of good games at 1 o'clock. We couldn't put one of these other games at 4 o'clock as well, as we only have 3 games playing in the 4 o'clock window. But another good game at 1 o'clock with Tampa Bay and Detroit. Detroit taking money. They are now up to minus 7.5. Over under 51.5. You can throw the Buccaneers on the list of impressive teams last week as they blew out the Commanders, as we said they would on this show. Tampa Bay has been a little sweetheart of ours since the beginning of last season, and continuing to pay out well. But they are at the Lions, Dave Del Grande's fun team. Again, this show ahead of the curve. Del Grande loved the Lions a couple of years ago, and they have risen from obscurity and terribleness to be a legit Super Bowl contender. But the Lions minus 7.5 and 51.5 in that game. Legal troubles again for Deshaun Watson. Can he overcome those? We'll see. Are the Browns going to try to find a way out of that contract? He'll have to deal with the Jaguars first. The Browns catching 3 on the road in Jacksonville, 41.5 there for the total. Looks like a beautiful, clear day in Jacksonville. Cloudy skies right now, but temps should be in the middle 70s. So comfortable day down there in Jacksonville for these two squads as they kick off at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time as well. The 49ers take their show on the road to Minnesota. If you remember, a good game on Monday night last season. But the 49ers laid 4.5 at Minnesota today. No Christian McCaffrey. 46.5 is the total. They will be indoors, weather not an issue there. We'll have comfortable weather in Charlotte. You know what? Charlotte's one place I didn't clarify. Let's go ahead and look at the Charlotte weather real quick. Sometimes we got to do this on the fly. Not Charlottesville. Let's go with Charlotte weather. And the Charlotte weather today, cloudy skies right now. Doesn't look like any rain. High of 80 degrees. 5% chance of precipitation. Wind won't be a factor either. 10 miles per hour. But the Chargers, who get a nice win last week, are at Carolina minus 4.5 and 38.5 there. Nice weather in Baltimore today, so no weather issues with the Raiders and the Ravens. Ravens right now at minus 8.5 and 41.5. The Seahawks laying 3.5 and 38.5. Another 1 p.m. good game as they are at Foxborough with the Patriots, who had the upset of the week last week. And how about this, national media? Everyone out there who was all over the Bengals last week and said it was going to be an easy layup for Survivor pick. Survivor pools reckoned by the Patriots last week. I told you that would be the case. If you were listening to this program, I actually had the Patriots in the outright victory on the road, a chance to steal one from Cincinnati, and they certainly did that, winning 16-10. They'll try to take another tough opponent than the Seahawks down at home today. And how about this? If the Patriots win today and are at 2-0, and somehow we'll talk about this game a lot this morning too, the Jets end up at 0-2 with a loss today at Tennessee, then you'll be looking at a Thursday night game with the 2-0 Patriots and the 0-2 Jets. And if that goes to 0-3 for the Jets, playing their third game in 11 days, then that is going to be a media reckoning up there in the New York City area. I almost want to see that drama play out just for that alone. But the Patriots will have to get by the Seahawks first. They are a field goal and a half-point underdog at home to the Seahawks. The Colts laying 2.5, another road favorite here at Green Bay. No Jordan Love. He is actually questionable, but we don't expect him to play today. The Ant-Man may say more about that when we have him live later on the show. But the Colts minus 2.5, 40.5 at Green Bay. Actually, Green Bay weather might be one we need to investigate a little bit more. That place is off the typical suspects we've been talking about. Well, I'll tell you this. If you're in Green Bay, you're going to have a beautiful week of weather. There's no rain in sight in the 10-day forecast. And a warmer day, too, 87 degrees up there in Green Bay. If you've never been to a game at Lambeau Field, you must go. We did the Patriots Green Bay trip and did the show from there 2 seasons ago. Man, what a beautiful little town. But the Packers are underdogs at home to the Colts. I don't quite understand that, even with the backup quarterback. They have all the great receivers, but we'll discuss that as we go through the morning as well. The Jets and Titans, another 1 o'clock game. Again, why can't one of these games be at 4 o'clock? The Jets are road favorites, minus 3.5, over under 41.5. Losers on Monday night. Tennessee with maybe the worst loss last week at Chicago, considering that they were winning the game for the better portion of it before they succumbed to the Bears after making mistake after mistake after mistake. But the Titans and Jets, 1 o'clock in Nashville. No weather issues there. No weather issues in the District of Columbia. Rowjohn, Maryland, the Giants and the Commanders. Commanders minus 1.5. 43.5. Money going towards the over in this game. We don't think of the Giants as an over team yet. We have crept up a full point overnight with Washington and the Giants. The afternoon slate, the 3 games starting in the 4 o'clock window. Rams and Cardinals. The Cardinals are a favorite over the Rams, minus 1.5, 47.5. That's interesting. I'll ask Del Grande about that. We'll get with him in a minute. The Bengals, after losing to the Pats last week at the Chiefs, 5.5 point favorites are Kansas City, 47.5 on that game. We'll actually have boots on the ground there. We'll get our man Nick Athen on later on this morning, too, from Kansas City. He is with the ChiefsBlitz.com, so we'll go over the game with him for about 15 minutes later on this morning as well. Denver, they're an underdog at home to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh minus 2.5, over under 36.5. No weather issues there. We'll be inside tonight with Houston and Chicago, minus 6.5 and 45.5 with the Texans. As Caleb will get his second chance here at the number 1 overall draft pick. We'll see what he can do on the road against C.J. Stroud, who we all know had an excellent rookie season last year. And then the Eagles, minus 6, 46.5 favorites at home. I think we'll see a few upsets today, but don't be surprised if this is more of a chalky day either. This could definitely be a bettors public play kind of day and a bloodbath for the sports books. I mean, think about it. If you have the Chiefs win, the 49ers win, the Chargers win, all these teams cover. Dallas, if they cover at home. I mean, we are the Ravens, if they cover at home. And we are certainly looking at a bloodbath for the sports book overall. So we'll break down all these games as we go throughout the morning. Later on, we'll have nephew Dave pop on the line. He's usually in studio with me, but he's flying all over the East Coast. So he'll check in from Atlanta. We'll get the Ant-Man in here as well with his unique fantasy angles as well as his unique prop angles. We'll get my man Nick Athen on from the Chiefs Blitz. And we'll also start our breakdown right now. We'll go ahead and get our man from the West Coast, the San Francisco Bay Area. He is a columnist with Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst with Stat Factor. He is the founder of MrFantasy.com. He covers the Golden State Warriors, the Oakland Athletics. He is a gambling expert, a fantasy expert. We will focus in on the NFC West, the AFC West teams, all the fun games that have a chance to ping pong back and forth with high scores. We're trying to find those. And we're going to have to get into it about the Thursday night game too. And we'll talk a little bit about this Tua Tagovailoa fallout, and we'll get into that. So without further ado, let's bring on our man, Dave Del Grande. Let's start with the obvious topic, and that's the game from Thursday night. Tua Tagovailoa. We all know the concussion history by now. I think everyone can agree it was handled horribly a couple of years ago. And we feel bad for the guy, but I think I've said it probably on the show a few times. He's just one hit away, and that's probably his career. In fact, it's happened on a night on national primetime TV again, where it's happened before. And if anything, I think at this point, it almost feels like the Dolphins are on a very, very slippery slope, not just with the Tua injury alone, which you can speak of, but just as a team as a whole. The play calling last night at the end of the Thursday night was atrocious by McDaniel. You feel like the fan base has started to turn on him even a little bit towards the end of last season. They can't beat the Bills. The Bills absolutely own them at this point. So I would venture to say that these are almost desperate, scary times for the Dolphins. And just considering it, we're only in week 2, and we've got our early NFL season mix-up of things that we weren't anticipating. Here we go. The Dolphins almost look like they're an immediate fade here for the rest of the season. Do you have any glimmer of hope that you can shed for this team, in your opinion? And what about Tua? It's just a shame that he gets it again. And you almost wish that after that first 10-yard run that he had, where he ran out of bounds, that a coach would immediately be in his face like, what are you doing? Don't run the ball. Don't run the ball. You hope he's hearing that a lot. I'm not so sure at the end of the day. And, I get it. Your athletic instinct kicks in, and, you're trying to pull your team out of a funk. He had 3 interceptions, so he's trying to make something happen. And how ironic is that, too, with Damar Hamlin, a guy who basically figured just about lost his life on the playing field, ends up being the other end of that collision that might end Tua's career. It's just crazy in that aspect as well, but a lot to digest with the Dolphins, right?
Oh, absolutely. And you're looking for a glimmer of hope. Okay, I can provide it. A couple things. First off, in retrospect, they're very fortunate to have won in week 1, because I think we'd be looking at a different situation if they were 0-2 right now.
Right. Yeah.
And we'd be talking about a coach being a couple of weeks away from possibly being fired. At least they're 1-1. If they can sneak out a couple, one win in the next couple of games, they have a very weak schedule early in the season. I think, they have winnable games, despite what we might have seen from their backup quarterback last night. The second thing that I would say is this, the fact that they played on Thursday night, so you're getting a week and a half off now before the next game. And it wasn't the type of concussion that I saw in the previous times where he got hurt, where he banged his head against the AstroTurf or against the ground. This was a collision where he went in. It wasn't even head first. It was almost like he led with his shoulder. It wasn't a head-to-head.
Yeah, it seemed awkward, just an awkward angle hit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was. I was shocked that it was. That he. We've seen other quarterbacks. We've seen Josh Allen have hits like that 4 times a game, and he gets back up every time. And I guess it speaks the fact that Tua is frail in that regard, to where a minor head trauma could cause a problem. But I'm not convinced that this is going to be a serious thing. You didn't see him wobbling on the field like we saw last year when he got hurt. I don't know. I mean, he was able to walk. When they walked to the sidelines, I thought he was going to go in the tent, be looked at, and then come back and play again. But they walked him, smartly to the locker room, and then kept him out the rest of the game. I don't know. I don't think that this is going to be a serious injury. I'm not going to be 100% surprised if he plays in the very next game. But we'll see. I mean, who am I to say? To me, it all adds up to, man, I've seen that hit 100 times on TV last week with running backs, with quarterbacks, and nobody ever gets hurt. And now this guy you're talking about, this is going to be the hit that ends his career. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I think in his mind, he has to realize that, oh man, if I'm not playing, then this team's in big trouble. We saw this in the backup quarterback. Oh my goodness, he looked terrible. I mean, by the end of the game, he looked a little bit better, but it's like, why are we playing these preseason games if for no other reason than to get the backup quarterback ready to go in case you need him? I mean, you're not even playing starters anymore. So why aren't we getting our backup quarterbacks more ready to go? We've already had some injuries at the position. Obviously, Green Bay is switching over probably to a new quarterback here. So I'm not convinced yet that this is nearly as serious as some are speculating.
Okay, how do you convince the critics of the head injury people? The comments out there, you see a million of them already. Tua needs to hang it up. Time to get into the broadcast booth. The organization needs to look out for the health of the player. They need to tell him to retire at this point. You're seeing a lot of that sort of thing. Here I have you, Dave Del Grande, saying that we should maybe even anticipate him playing next week, and it's no laughing matter. But PR-wise, how do you get that across to the critics that, this guy deserves to get back out there and deserve another chance? And then maybe if concussion number 5 comes along, then it's really time to hang it up.
Well, I mean, I'm no doctor. I'm certainly not saying anybody should risk their long-term health to play football or any other sport or heck, do anything else in life. I'm just judging my opinion on what I saw on the field. And if it had been any other player that had that exact same hit,
that'd be no big deal.
He didn't run into a 320-pound defensive lineman who, flattened him and knocked him on his head. He went in, kind of shoulder and side of the head first. It didn't look like, in his mind, it was a 4th down play. They were losing. He had made mistakes earlier in the game. He had to get that first down, which he did. But I thought he also, people they were saying, he should have slid. Well, if he had slid and come up a half a yard short of the first down, then everybody would have been booing him for as poorly as he was doing. So he went as far as he could. He couldn't slide. He ran into the smallest guy on the field. I mean, nothing about that hit to me says concussion. Okay, no other player in the league would have gotten a concussion on that kind of hit. Now, he has a history of it, and if in fact he did, suffer some kind of another concussion, I wouldn't even say another serious concussion. I mean, basically an average concussion. Well, yes, then they need to be very, very cautious with this. But I'm not convinced, and what I would say to the people who are drawing the conclusions that he should retire, they should force him to retire or whatever, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying, let's get the facts first. Let's because it's very possible they could come out and the doctor could come out and say, hey, look, I examined him in the locker room. He was fine. We could have played him in the second half of the game, and we chose not to err on the side of being conservative. We may sit him out a game or two just to make sure that, his head is fine. But I'm telling you, this was not a serious thing. I mean, if the doctor comes out and says this, then, you're wrong. Then he shouldn't be forced to retire. The Dolphins aren't making a mistake. I mean, this is why you have these unbiased doctors doing these examinations. Like any other doctor, sometimes you don't want to hear the truth, but sometimes you do want to hear the truth. And if that's the case here, where they're telling them, hey, look, I know you've had concussions in the past. We don't recommend you, start taking on defenders. I don't care how small they are, but you lucked out this time. You got your head, you're a little dizzy there. That's fine. You can come back and play in a couple of weeks or whatever. So I wouldn't draw any conclusions yet.
Nostalgic's not the right word, but did you just find it ironic or weird that it just happened to be Hamlin who was on the other end of that?
Yeah, that almost unfortunate
Right.
in that regard. That just it adds to the oh man, why do these guys play football element of it? When you see the other guy on the other side of the collision there. Imagine if it were him who, based on that collision had fallen down.
Right, yeah, he was the guy who got hurt, right?
Oh my goodness, that would have been, to me, a lot more serious.
Or they both went down.
Oh yeah, well, they would have probably canceled the game at that point, which would have been the best thing that could have happened for the Dolphins.
Oh yeah, just since you said that, were you sitting there at the end of the first half saying, "What is this coach doing?"
I said that from the very first play
Right.
of the game. I mean,
Okay, right.
you've got. I don't get it. Okay, you've got.
I missed the first 10 minutes. I was driving in the car, so I did not see it.
You've got a running back. My boy Achan.
Who had a great game.
Nobody's a bigger fan of Achan than me, right? And he's questionable going into this game because, of course, he has another one of his minor injuries. Okay, fine. And then Mostert, they rule him out. And so they decide, okay, Achan's okay. He's going to play. All right, good. So, thank goodness that, he's okay. So what do? They, run him up the middle. No. This is not, your fullback. This is a guy who runs to the edges, runs out of bounds. He's already got an ankle injury. We're not going to run him 12 times tonight. We're probably going to run him 8 to 10 times, get him out on the corner, throw some balls to him smartly, and then use Wilson or this new guy Wright, to mix them in there, get them all carries. And yet you would have thought that this was, Derrick Henry, up the middle. Like you got to be kidding me. And then he ends up running 20 some odd times. I mean, are you kidding? What are you trying to kill this guy? Unbelievable that they would think that. I mean, I get the thinking. All right, look, they're playing. They're not letting us throw the ball to Hill. They're not letting us throw the ball to Waddle. They're taking away our outside plays. We got to run the ball inside. That's how we're going to be effective in this game. Okay, that's fine. Give it to Wilson. Give it to Wright. Don't give it to your injury-prone, franchise running back who's already got a bad ankle. And then, oh my goodness! I mean, then they get down to the goal line. First and goal at the 5. They run them up the middle. No gain. Will you please throw the ball? Second down, they run them up the middle. It's like, you got to be kidding me. What? Who's scripting these plays? It was one of the worst game plans I've ever seen in the NFL. And this is the guy supposedly an offensive guru.
Right.
And it just, to me, was, and again, I love H-Man. I love the fact that he carried the ball 21 times or whatever it was, because that, to me, that's just an indication that, okay, somebody doesn't think that this guy's injury prone. This is good. This justifies my, you got to have him in fantasy football philosophy this year. But even me, the biggest fan, is saying, whoa, this is not the way you use this guy. And I can see it now. It was Monday morning when the first report comes from Dolphins practice.
Right.
H-Man re-injured his ankle.
Questionable.
Or probably not even the ankle, probably something else. Oh, now we've got a shoulder injury. Oh, my goodness. So just a terrible, terrible game plan all the way through.
All right, back to that slippery slope a little bit. I forgot to even add this. But I have to. The body language at the end of the game by the wide receivers wasn't good at all. Obviously, you're demoralized a little bit. Tyreek has that run-in with the law. Whatever your stance is on that, we all know what happened there, and things probably could have been handled better on his end as well. Why do I see, in some sort of a way, Tyreek Hill going all Antonio Brown on us? If things go bad in Miami, he's not getting the ball. Maybe he becomes a little bit more of a pain in the neck. Again, just a slippery slope. Skylar Thompson better come out there and make some other teammates happy, right?
Well, yes. I mean, but we kind of saw last night, who Skylar Thompson is. I mean, he's not an NFL-ready quarterback. He's not going to stand in the pocket and let Hill and Waddle get deep down the field, which is what this offense is built around. And so they've got to take a step back and say, which they should have done last night, and say, all right, look, we got to ease this guy into the position. We're going to throw more wide receiver screens. We're going to flip the ball to Hill like they did last night, flip it to him and have him run around the end. We'll flip it to Waddle. He'll run around the other end. We'll get our wide receivers involved, but in short areas where they can catch and run with it, because we can't have them running 40 yards down the field if by the time they get 25 yards, Thompson's, tucked the ball under and started running with it or flipped the ball out to the back. That is a recipe for disaster. I mean, to me, I think Hill has given no indication that he's going to be a problem. You might say, well, did you see him at the end of the game? And, they're yucking it up on the bench and whatever else they were doing over there on the bench at the end of the game. I think, to me, he doesn't seem to be that kind of guy that you need to worry about at this point. But I do think that, especially if Tua is going to be out or maybe not play anymore or whatever, you need to come right out in this next game and establish the fact that, all right, look, even though we got this backup quarterback in there, we're still going to throw you the ball 10 times. It's just not going to be 40 yards down the field. It's going to be, behind the line of scrimmage half the time. And, go use your speed and, this guy's supposed to be a creative play caller. Turn into the Lions, turn into the Rams, turn into one of these teams that throws the ball short, follow the St. Brown game plan, throw him the underneath pass across the middle and let him run, because that pass doesn't have to be thrown 25 yards down the field. It can be thrown 2 yards down the field in front of the linebacker and let these guys run. And I think that it's like I said, if you look at their schedule coming up, I don't see a whole lot of teams in there that, oh boy, this is not the kind of team you want to play right now while you're reestablishing your offense. This schedule is kind of made for, they can slowly and steadily put an offense back together so that by the time they start playing the big boys in the second half of the season, they've got something going again, or hopefully they have Tua back. So I'm not giving up on them just yet.
Yeah, all right. Give me the 5-5, and let's see where we're at then. Let me ask you this: the Dolphins execs GM, is there a part of him that wants to see Tom Brady get crucified for a bad performance on television for a second week in a row? I'm not saying he did bad. I'm just kind of listening to all the critics out there again, and everyone's a critic. Everyone's always going to have something bad to say online. But do you think there gets to be maybe even a piece of Brady that says, screw it, I don't need to hear this, how much everyone hates me in the broadcast booth. Let me get back out there. The Dolphins want me to be their quarterback.
Well, I think it's two separate things there. I mean, hopefully he's smart enough to realize that this comes with the territory when you go into the broadcast booth. And just because there are 100 people out there who are writing things or saying things, or he's the worst broadcaster ever kind of thing, that's 100 people. There were 500,000 people watching the game. So, what are the other 49,000 people, 490,000, whatever it is, people who are watching the game who haven't said anything? What are they thinking? And if they're not saying anything, that generally means that you're doing okay. So hopefully he isn't caught up in this reading every tweet and in every column, media column that's criticizing him. Now, that said, I'm not convinced that he's done playing. It sure seemed like he considered, I don't know how seriously, playing again last year. I mean, you look at, obviously he's going to want to pick, the ideal situation. Given Miami's offensive weapons, that you could do a whole lot worse. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he's at least talking it over with people, or, in the mirror talking to himself, or however he's going to make this decision. But I don't think it's going to be because he's disenchanted with the broadcast industry. I just think that it's this feeling that I just watched Aaron Rodgers play the other night. He looked good at age 40. He just had an Achilles injury. I haven't had any kind of injuries like that. I'm feeling good. I can still play. So I think if he does come back or thinks about coming back, I think that'll have more to do with it.
All right, a lot to monitor with the Dolphins upcoming weeks. Flip side of things, I think my judgment about the Bills, I kind of put that aside. They're one of the teams without the receivers. We talked about it. They're going to have a lot of targets to make up for this season. And the lack of potential depth on defense with injuries, and again, more injuries for Buffalo on defense Thursday night. But at the end of the day, I don't think I came up with, all right, I'm a pro Buffalo player this year as far as like wagers go or whatever, or I'm anti. I just kind of sat back and let the jury decide it for me. But that being said, here in week 2, I am super impressed by them. It feels like they're one of the teams who really did take the preseason seriously. I'm not sure where they dug up these defensive players from overall to kind of fill in the gaps here, but they've done pretty well so far. Arizona week 1, right? But the good performance last night on the short turnaround. But Josh Allen's a great quarterback. I mean, they can beat you with James Cook on the ground. They can beat you through the air, it seems like a little bit. I mean, what a pinpoint throw to the 1-yard line he had last night. And my guy Shakir showing up, surely, as I was hoping that he would, as he goes over his props and everything. But the Bills, I would say, are a nice, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but I like what I see so far. You were a little reserved on your expectations for them preseason. Are they stock up in your book right now?
Well, I think a little bit reserved is an understatement. I may have said I don't expect them to make the playoffs this year.
Right.
I'm not sure that that's changed. And if it has changed, it's only because you certainly wouldn't expect Miami to make the playoffs at this point.
Right.
And someone from that division, someone's going to win that division. I'm not sure the Jets are really ready to step up to that.
Right. I agree.
But, they might. And so, to me, what's most impressive about Buffalo is Cook. The fact that they have, I wouldn't say a big-time running game, but a better-than-average running game based solely on this guy, who, for the last couple of years, really is going to really go with this guy. He's more of a part-timer. He's more of a little guy. He's a pass catcher. He ran up the middle. He ran around the ends. He caught balls. He really looked like, a top 10 NFL running back last night, Thursday night. And this is exactly what Allen needs to complement him, because, Allen, heck, I thought Allen carried the ball. The Thursday night, he hardly carried the ball at all. So the more that Cook can take over that role, the more Allen, will stay upright. And, I still don't like their receiving options, but if they're running the ball effectively, it's certainly going to help their passing game. Kincaid showed up for the first time. They have some weapons there. So I do think that they are, I still call them an average NFL team at this point. And if you're an average NFL team and you can get to 9 wins, you got a chance to make the playoffs. Starting 2-0 is a nice start, but like you said, they beat Arizona at home. Wasn't an easy game by any means, and then they beat a team that they always beat, who lost their quarterback. So I wouldn't start up the bandwagon just yet.
Okay, all right. All right, let's get to week 2 in a second. I have something to say about the TV schedule for this as well. But week 1, let's just put a capper on that. What may have surprised you fantasy-wise, team-wise? What happened in week 1 to make you say, oh, okay, I didn't see that coming? And then maybe something on the flip side where you're like, I didn't really see that coming in a bad way. I'll say for one, and this is a real bad on my part, but I gave the Giants probably a little bit more credit for being a better home team in week 1. We saw what happened there. But then, I was pretty happy with the New England call that I made as well. I can't say that surprised me because I expected it. But what surprises, what takes out of week 1 from you?
Well, the obvious conclusion from week 1 is, man, did we overestimate what these rookie quarterbacks were going to be able to do right from the get-go. Right. Big time disappointment for the most part. Caleb Williams, you couldn't have had a much worse debut given all the circumstances, a fairly soft opponent at home, everybody healthy. And that was a disaster. And yet, we would have certainly read or heard a whole lot more about that if they didn't miraculously pull out that win, having nothing to do with him. And then you got Daniels, who showed his flaws, and he was unable to get his passing game going. He ran the ball a whole heck of a lot, which he's good at.
Yeah.
But you
have to pass it.
He doesn't want to turn into Richardson. He's 10 times the passer that Richardson is, but you wouldn't have known it from his first game. The rookie quarterback that I was most impressed with was Nix, and one of the big surprises in week 1 was the fact that who would have thought it, that Denver completely unleashed this rookie quarterback. He threw 40 some odd passes in a game where, you throw 40 passes, it's like, okay, well, no wonder they were 3 touchdowns behind. No. Denver was leading this game quite a bit. I mean, they threw 40 some odd passes by design. And it's not because they got a great receiving core. Maybe it's due in part to the fact that they don't have much of a running game. But the fact is that, man, they let this guy come out winging it. And he, he wasn't terrible. I mean, he kept them in the game. He didn't make the big mistakes. He got, a variety of receivers going. And, I mean, if this is the way Denver's going to play moving forward, again, who would have guessed that Denver could be the surprise fantasy element this year in their passing game, because they do, they do have some weapons it seems, among their young receivers, including this Devon Valet, the rookie from Utah. I mean, he got targeted 8 times in that game. He looked very good as a third receiver. He could very well be their second receiver before long. And when you got Sutton on the other side of the field, who's an established, NFL caliber receiver who's going to draw a majority of the coverage, this guy could be a big time fantasy sleeper moving forward. I mean, I would strongly recommend adding him to the end of your roster right now. But to me, that was, the biggest surprise that I saw among individuals was Knicks. One other thing that I thought, which I applaud, that I guess you would call it a surprise, was how many teams have gone to a single running back. I mean, the tag team approach, or whatever you shared carries, whatever you want to call it, approach, that far fewer teams are using that.
Right.
The week one, just the guys like, Harris, from Pittsburgh carried the ball 1 million times. We saw Barkley. Not that he hasn't done this in the past, but we're talking about a bunch of teams where you had a running back carrying the ball so much that the backups carried the ball 2 times or fewer.
Yeah, I think even Pollard was a surprise in that aspect, right? I feel like Spears didn't do much.
Yes, that was another one who was like that. Let's see. Even Singletary, from the
Giants,
from Tampa. I'm not from Tampa. From the Giants, got all the carries from them. There, like I said, there was, not that you wouldn't expect it, but Baltimore's game, the backup running back got 1 carry. There's just a handful of these games where, for crying out loud, Mixon got carried the ball 30 times.
Right.
Harris carried the ball 20 times. Connor, as we would expect, got almost all the carries for Arizona. Like you said, Pollard got almost all the carries for Tennessee. There was many more teams than I can remember. And then here we go, Thursday night. What happens on a night when you think, well, watch Miami tonight. They're going to, spread the ball around among these 3 backs. And, one guy carries,
it's all
21 times as you wouldn't expect it. So I think it's a good thing. Like I said, a good thing from a fantasy standpoint is, the best thing you can ask for from your running back is a lot of carries. Because a lot of these guys that I talked about, they're not pass catchers. They're not going to help you in the passing game, which is so important in fantasy. And if they're not going to help you in the passing game, then you better be carrying the ball 20 or more times, and you better be the guy they're calling upon at the end zone. And And a lot of these guys that I talked about are exactly that type. And we saw that with, Barkley, getting the ball at the goal line and opportunities that maybe last year Hurts would have taken the ball in. So there's a lot better depth at the running back position in fantasy than I've seen in many, many years.
Houston becomes very scary if that's a consistent type of mix and output. Not even if he gets the attempts per capita, but just the threat alone, if he can run the ball like that.
Oh, absolutely. And that's a classic example of a guy who, going to a perfect situation where he, I didn't see the game. I don't know how it happened. I don't know how in the world he could have possibly carried the ball 30 times in a very close game. I mean, it's not like, they were up 2 touchdowns and they played conservatively. No. This was a very tight game. But this is the way you have to defend Houston. I mean, with their quarterback and their, depth of wide receivers, you're not going to play them single coverage. You're going to go to nickel defense more often than not. And what's that going to open up? Again, similar to the Miami game Thursday night, where Miami coaches decided, well, if they're taking away our deep threats, we're just going to have to run the ball up the middle. Well, Miami's not that kind of team, but Mixon is that kind of back for Houston. And so you're going to play that kind of coverage against Houston, which you almost have to. Then Mixon's going to be very, very popular. And on top of that, you don't have a quarterback who runs a lot. And so it's, you don't have a backup running back who plays a lot. You don't have a quarterback who runs a lot. It's all one guy. And you get down by the goal line, it's the same guy carrying the ball in, crying out loud. They even threw the ball to him some. So you talk about a guy who's stock, if we redrafted today based on that, I mean, you're talking about a guy who would be a top 5 running back selection, no doubt.
Okay. All right. So we have all of our AFC West and NFC West usual candidates playing someone out of the division. So we got a lot of games to talk about. That reduces our amount of potential fun games, the games that can ping pong back and forth. But I'll give you one, and I'm going to give a shot to actually skyrocket over the total here. And this over-under is actually down now to 40.5. So if this is what I'm thinking, then good for me, because I'm going to get a good alternate number. But I'm not ready to kick the dirt on the grave of Malik Willis yet. I really am not. I'm going to give this guy a chance. He's going to a team who's well coached. This guy knows what he's doing on the offense. They have a ton of good receivers. You said it about guys like Brock Purdy before. Just get the ball in the hands of your playmakers and let them do the work. Now, I get it. Green Bay is a little bit more of a down-the-field attack team than someone like San Fran, who depends on a lot of yards after the catch. But that being said, you got to be able to trust the coach here to be able to put up some points. And as much as you just critiqued Mr. Richardson's passing ability a couple of minutes ago, and I'm not the biggest Richardson fan myself, he did throw a really beautiful bomb off the back foot that got into the end zone to a player, again, someone who we never heard of. Maybe you want to look up this guy on the fantasy wire. I'm forgetting the guy's name at the moment. But with the Colts and the Packers anyway, and the way that their defense allowed points last week as well, if we get some good weather here, and I'm going to have to check this out here while you're talking about it to confirm. But as long as we have decent weather, I'm going to give a chance for this game to go over the total and be a fun game. Do you share those thoughts?
No, actually, I don't.
Okay.
And it doesn't have a lot to do with Willis. I like Willis. I think, he's got a strong arm. This is the type of team where he should be a good fit because they're a down the field passing team, and he's a down the field kind of quarterback, a Fields type, a guy who's not a whole lot of touch in the short zone, but can wing it down the field. And Green Bay runs a lot of deep patterns. What, to me, the indicator in this game is we just talked about Houston. And Houston, what did Houston do last week that was effective against Indy? They ran the ball and ran the ball and ran the ball. And here's Green Bay in a situation where they don't, they probably don't trust the quarterback as much as, maybe they will down the line. And they've got Jacobs, who's very similar to Mixon. He'll run the ball all day long between the tackles if you let him. I think he's going to be a very, very high number of carries guy in this game. And of course, the more you're running the ball up the middle, the more the clock is running. Meanwhile, on the other side, same thing. I mean, Philly had a tremendous running success with Barkley against Green Bay last week. And Indy wants to run the ball. And I think that's going to be, not that it wouldn't be their top priority anyway. But they're going up against this backup quarterback. Again, if the Indy coaches were watching the Miami Buffalo game and you see the backup quarterback come in the game, immediately you realize we never have to throw the ball. We never have to put it at risk because they're not going to score against us. And if you go in with that kind of mentality where you're already a running team, I think they're going to go overboard running the ball with their quarterback and with Taylor. So I see two teams that go into this game thinking we're going to run the ball. Oh, yeah? Well, we're going to run the ball more. And, first team that makes a mistake is going to lose. And so I can see this game, which on paper looks like, wow, this is a fun game. Because, like you said, Richardson may not be the most accurate, short passing quarterback, but he throws a deep ball real effectively. And so does Willis. And Green Bay's got all these receivers. Like, wow, this could be a track meet. But I don't see that. I think Love's injury changes all of that on both sides of the ball in this game. So I'm not saying I'm running to jump on, an under 40.5 or whatever. That seems like a very low total, but I could understand why it's so low.
And I was wrong. I said Tua was the first big mix-up of the season. Obviously, Jordan Love's injury was kind of the first mix-up of the season of unexpected things to happen. Okay, so the fun game for you then would be, let me guess.
Well, let's see.
There's a couple candidates out
here. I would say, in my opinion, one's a real sleeper, but I see two of them in the morning.
Okay, and 2 in the morning. Okay, I was looking to think the Monday night game with the Falcons and Eagles potentially. You can talk about that in a second if you want. Okay. You might laugh me off the show with this. Cleveland and Jacksonville?
No, not Cleveland and Jacksonville. I thought you were going to say it because once you said that, but I can see the Giants and Washington.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my next crap.
Being a high-scoring game because first off, as much as people want to criticize the guy, I think Daniel Jones could have a very good game in this game.
He does good against the Commanders too, historically. Yep.
Yeah, and in Washington. Obviously, not a good defensive effort last week. And Jones, Jones threw 42 passes last week. He ran the ball 6 times himself. He got neighbors involved. I thought he did some good things. And now against a better team, I think this week against one of the weaker teams, I think he could build upon that. I think he's someone who will be a very nice anytime touchdown scorer, guy this week because he is a guy, who runs a lot and will run the ball around the goal line. In the meantime, Washington, coming off what I would call a disappointing effort, but they're at home. they're playing again, a non-elite team. And Daniels is dangerous, but I also like the fact that they I mentioned this about running backs a minute ago. We went into the season not really knowing, is it going to be Robinson? Is it going to be Eckler? Are they going to split time? Is one going to be the rusher? Is one going to be the pass catcher? It was almost all Robinson last week. He even caught some passes. I think he could be real effective in this game, with Daniels, the threat of Daniels helping in that regard. So I think both these teams have the potential. This is not going to be a 35-31 game, but I'm guessing the total in this game is reasonable, and I can see both teams scoring in the 20s in this game rather easily. And so, I think that this could be. This is my sleeper fun game of the morning, the Giants and Washington. What kind of total you got on that game?
42.5.
Yeah, about what I would have expected. To me, this is 24-21, 24-23, 27-24. It should be a close game, but I think the running ability of both of these quarterbacks, I think that they will. Again, I think Jones is going to have a very good game here, and in large part because he adds rushing totals, to his passing totals. The other game to me was a more obvious game, and that's Tampa and Detroit. I really like what Tampa's got going. Not that it's any surprise because it's the same thing.
It's not a surprise to me.
They've got going
yeah, but go ahead.
in their passing game. The great thing about Tampa's passing game is it beats you at all levels. You've got Evans, who's a deep threat, who's a touchdown catcher. Every week he gets a touchdown. We talked about this.
Yeah, he's well on his way to 10, and I have him on that ticket too. Yep.
And you complement him with Godwin, who's healthy, who's like Cooper Kupp. He catches the ball in the short zones, keeps you honest in that regard. And then you've got White, who's arguably the best pass catching back.
Right. Yeah, he may be.
But also runs the ball a ton. 15 carries last week. And a bunch of passes thrown to him. So they're hitting you deep, they're hitting you short across the middle, and they're swinging the ball out to White. It's just Mayfield's got the perfect complement of receivers. I think Tampa, while I'm not talking about them being like Houston or a very high scoring team like that, but I think they're going to be a top 10 scoring team this year, and it's going to be almost exclusively through their passing game. And then Detroit. Now Detroit last week, against the Rams, tight game. But what was interesting about that is my boy Jameson Williams had his first big game. Now, is he going to have big games all the time? No, and but the threat of Jameson Williams, is almost like the threat of Evans. You got Jameson Williams running down the field. Now all of a sudden the coverage is looser on St. Brown, and it's looser on Laporta. And I mean, last week the Rams basically took both those guys out of the game. But yet still Detroit had, because Williams was running these deep patterns, because Gibbs was active, catching short balls and running the ball around the end. And then you got Montgomery, pounding the ball up the middle. They've got all kinds of weapons. They scored, granted it was overtime, but they scored 26 points last week against a pretty good team on a day where Goff wasn't particularly good, and St. Brown and Laporta did nothing, and so this week they play I'd say a notch below the Rams, a weaker team. Tampa, gave up quite a bit in the passing game last week. I think, Detroit at home, where they always tend to score in the 20s or 30s, I think Tampa can match them for a while. And so short of this total being 50, I think that this game could, this could be the highest scoring game, maybe even of the weekend.
51.5. And I'll go reverse order because I want to get to a couple of props in that Washington game. But is 7.5 too many points? And that feels like it to me. I mean, I've been a Bucs backer since the beginning of last season, and I loved them last week. Bad spot for Washington. Feels like it's too many points for me that they're getting here. I mean, this is a closer game, correct?
Tampa is very underrated, but I don't think Detroit could be satisfied with how they did last week.
Right.
That game. Again,
they could have lost that
Rams
game.
Are a very good team, but Detroit opening at home. Everybody's picking them as the second best team in the NFC. Ooh, let's watch this powerhouse team on opening day. And it was like, well, which one's Detroit and which one's the Rams? Because they both seem to be about equal. And so I think they come and like I said, golf wasn't particularly good, and their big weapons didn't show up. Like, gee, this is the second best team in the NFC? That's disappointing. And so I got to believe they got the kind of coach who will respond the way I'd like to see them respond.
Yeah, he'll give them something to work for this week.
Right, exactly. We're not going to, we're not going to do what Miami did after a lucky win. Like, we're playing Buffalo. Let's come up with a goofy game plan and we'll beat Buffalo because they stink. Well, no, that's not the way Detroit plays. And they'll take this game very seriously. And so I'd be, I would be much more interested in taking over type props as well as, even an over in the total of the game. Because I do think both teams are going to score in the 20s here, and I can easily see Detroit scoring in the 30s.
All right. Is it worth a shot on 2 touchdowns each? Montgomery and Mike Evans? 35-1 odds?
Man, you're I would rather take a shot with St. Brown. I think that there's, from week 1 to week 2, I try not to draw, too many conclusions. Like what we saw in week 1 is what we're going to see in week 2. So many times it's, what we saw in week 1 sets up for somebody else to be the star in week 2. And I think that's the case here. I mean, that, again, not that he's this type of player, but that St. Brown can't be happy with how much he was used last week. I mean, this is arguably the best receiver, in the league or in the NFC, and he got 6 targets in a big game that was tight. They needed his catches. They just didn't throw him the ball. But now, like I said, now Tampa looks at the game film and is like, oh, gee, well, so much for bringing our safety up to take St. Brown out of the game because then, Williams is going to run right by us. So I think that this will be a game where they try to get both Laporta and St. Brown going. And so I can see St. Brown getting, minimum of 10 targets in this game. He's also a guy for a short yardage receiver, also scores more than his fair share of touchdowns. So I take a shot with him in terms of catches, in terms of yards, and certainly in terms of scoring at least 1 touchdown. Detroit spreads the ball around pretty good. You got Gibbs scoring touchdowns these days. Of course, you got Montgomery running the ball in. Laporta gets his share, and now you even got Williams, stealing TD. So I'm not going to be crazy going with 2 TDs for any Detroit player. But to me, St. Brown is the star of this game.
Okay, so no greed factor here. All right, so if we take St. Brown, who's at plus 100, let's rewind to your other fun 1 o'clock game. And let's throw in the 2 players that you mentioned, Brian Robinson Jr. and Daniel Jones. If you can put those 3 guys together, You're now getting almost 14-1 on those three players to score.
That's nice. I think those are, I think Jones and Robinson are the, very likely guys to score touchdowns in that game. You've got Daniels, of course, who's going to be a threat down by the goal line, but mostly running the ball. And you got Singletary, who's, he's a touchdown scorer. He'll get the ball a lot around the goal line as well. So, but it's a game where I can see 6 touchdowns being scored, and if that's the case, well, then all 4 of those guys, can get a piece of it. So yeah, I especially like Jones, but I'll take Robinson too. I think that's a good trio there.
And let me also talk about the passing yards, because we saw what the Giants. We saw what the Vikings defense did. We saw what the Giants defense did against Sam Darnold, allowing passing yards. So I have a baseline for Jaden Daniels, 197.5, and Daniel Jones, 208.5. Look at both of those over.
Well, I mean, there are, based on week 1, there are 5 or 6 things that I want no part of this week until I have a better idea of whether what we saw was going to happen again or whether that was just a fluke. And certainly Daniels would be on that list. I mean, that was very disappointing how week 1 went. And is he really going to carry the ball? 14 times?
Right.
Like he did.
And 51.5 is his rushing total too. Yeah.
Like he did last week. Because if he's running the ball 16 times, I mean, that 10 of those were designed passes. And if he's throwing 10 less passes because he's tucking the ball under and running with it, it's going to be very hard to get to 200 yards. I don't care who you're playing. So I want to see if in fact, because they're going to kill him if he runs the ball 16 times. He ain't going to make it to week 6. But hey, maybe that's just the way they're going to play, the way they have to play. I don't know. But I'm going to be a wait and see on him. I think Jones is much more likely to hit that number. They have, less of a running game than Washington does. And I think that Washington has less of a defense than the Giants do. So I think that it all points to Jones having a real nice game.
Okay, let's mix and match our NFC West, AFC West teams as we go down through the list. And this is what I wanted to say about the scheduling here is bad job, NFL. Here we go with the 3 4:00 games. The premier game that they're featuring is Kansas City and Cincinnati, which that is maybe at best a 3rd or 4th on the list of all these games. I mean, I think there's plenty of better games ahead of it. And I get it. Some are Fox, some are CBS. CBS has the doubleheader this week. But you couldn't throw one of these other games at 4:00. I might be making more of a big deal out of this than you because you're a one TV kind of guy anyway. But 3 games at 4:00. Couldn't we have spread this out a little bit better?
Yeah, but if Cincinnati had played well last week, I don't think you'd be saying this because they're a team that's supposed to be on the rebound this year. They're a team that's supposed to be, an AFC contender. They have been until last year. Cincinnati, Kansas City could have been projected as a possible AFC, championship game preview. So I can see where they would consider that a marquee game on a weekend like this. So I don't have any problem with that. I mean, yeah, it looks bad on paper, but and Cincinnati is certainly one of these teams that I was talking about that I have no interest in trying to project what they're going to look like this week because they looked so terrible last week. and they can't really be that bad. I mean, they're blaming it on Burrow. Is his wrist bothering him still? Has he lost something? He's insisting he's fine. Cincinnati's still got a lot of the same pieces that they've had before. I don't know. I'm not giving up on them, quite yet. But then again, I don't know. Can't for the life of me figure out what we saw in week 1. So to me, I'm avoiding Cincinnati.
Okay, I'll get to that game as we go down through the list. All right, let's start with your 49ers from your hometown area. They're in the San Francisco Bay Area. They are in Minnesota. We know Brian Flores gave them a hard time on Monday Night Football last year. The McCaffrey injury, which you may have something to say about fantasy-wise. That kind of came to – we knew he was kind of banged up, but not ruled out until, an hour or so before kickoff. The backup running back, Mason, said that he knew Friday that he would start. So a little bit of controversy there if you live in the fantasy world. So you might have something to say about that as well. But 5.5, 46.5. And I think the good thing about this is that the Niners, they know Sam Darnold well. He had a short little stint with them last year, right? So they've got the book on Darnold. I think that helps things here. Probably has a hard day against the San Francisco defense. 46.5 seems like a lot of points in that regard, trying to get there. But I can see the Niners winning this game and covering, plain and simple as that. You might see this as a closer game, but I would trust San Francisco minus the number here in a score that would be lower than the total. What are your thoughts on this one?
I agree with you 100% there. Minnesota to me is a big question mark now. And even Jefferson to me, we talk about if a fantasy were redrafted, I don't think he would be a first round pick anymore. Just based on what we saw last week. And now Addison, is banged up or injured. And so there's even more. I mean, Jefferson got 6 targets last week, and he should be getting 16 targets on that team. But you've got in essence a backup quarterback playing there, a veteran backup quarterback, but backup level quarterback. And teams are able to flock to Jefferson wherever he goes. It's going to open up some things for some of the other guys. Aaron Jones got a lot of carries last week, but Aaron Jones is one of these guys who's a real workhorse back that you're going to hand the ball to and take advantage of a defense that's playing soft and covering Jefferson. I don't see how Minnesota scores points in this game against a very, very good 49ers team. And I think 49ers go in there and win this game real comfortably. And the one thing that I would say about this game is something I talked about before is don't trust what you saw in the first week of the season. And I'm not talking about Mason. I'm talking about Ayuk. Ayuk in the first game now, he hasn't been to training camp at all. He dropped the key pass last week. Everybody's down on him. But we've seen this from the 49ers before. Last year, I mentioned this a couple different times, not always true, but true more often than you would think, that one week it's Debo, the next week it's Ayuk. It's almost like, okay, the film says we're featuring Debo, and the defense goes to him, and we throw the ball to Ayuk, who is equivalent because he's getting the lesser coverage this week, and next week it flip-flops. So I think that Shanahan would like nothing better than to get Ayuk on a positive path.
Right, he's that kind of coach. Yep. Sure.
Yep, and I mean, again, normally they flip-flop anyway, but of all things, I mean, the 49ers won this game last week and won easily, And yet you hear the negativity about, Ayuk, why they pay him so much, and this is what you get for not going to camp. Like, crying out loud, they beat a pretty good team, blowout game, and this is what you're picking on. I think that, if Shanahan had his way, Ayuk would have a big game here. I think it sets up for him to have a big game, and he would be definitely my number one go-to guy in this game. Regarding the running back situation, which is really interesting, at this point, I don't think anybody knows what's happening with McCaffrey. I mean, it doesn't seem like his injury is serious. They didn't put him on the injured list. I mean, they asked Shanahan about this last week, and actually, earlier this week, about, well, did you consider putting him on the injured list? And he said, well, why would I do that? I wasn't even sure he wasn't going to play the first game. What makes you think I would think he wouldn't play 4 straight games? So Shanahan obviously is leaving the door open there, but at the same time, you can tell they're treating it conservatively. They're playing on AstroTurf this week. Mason's coming off a big game. There's every reason to sit him out again. And it could come down to the very last minute before they make that choice again. Bad for fantasy, bad for trying to project, who's scoring touchdowns and what have you. But I mentioned this, talking about the fantasy draft earlier on, and that is the 49ers have a plug-and-play running back waiting behind McCaffrey. And when given the opportunity, they were going to treat him like he's McCaffrey, and they certainly did that first game. They gave him the ball, and he had, had great success in that game. Not that he's going to have great success every game, but the point is he's going to have that opportunity. And so if the news comes out that this guy is starting again, he's an automatic fantasy play because he's going to get the touches. Every time he plays on a team that, features their running game. So, but we don't know that yet. So I can't tell you where to go there, but I can tell you this. I would definitely take Ayuk in this game for yardage and for scoring a touchdown.
All right. If we add him to our list of players, Brian Robinson Jr., Daniel Jones, St. Brown, and Ayuk, we're now up to almost 39-1 on those 4 players. I like that. On his receiving end of things, Ayuk's baseline number just 55.5. If he's the player with the longest reception, 24.5 for that is his longest reception number. His alternate yards for him, receiving wise. Well, if he gets to 80 yards, you're getting a little over 2-1, almost 4-1 if he gets 100 yards receiving.
I've never heard you mention this before, but the longest reception number is very intriguing here because he's when they throw the ball to him, deep down the field, and not bomb type things, but behind the linebackers, in front of the safety, and running across the field. And so, will he catch a pass longer than 24 yards? Man, I think that sure sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna notate that for some things as well. And the weird, it's not weird, but the new thing on the board, and I've seen some big ticket cash outs. The sportsbook's been posting these. And probably this is why they're posting them. They're probably trying to get the action on it. But just 6.5 is his over/under for first quarter yards. So if he gets 1 catch in the first quarter, you figure that's a win.
Yeah, the first quarter is always an interesting thing because you don't know. It makes a big difference if you get the ball first or not. Because you get the ball first, then you get 2 possessions. And if you don't get the ball first, you might only have 1 possession. And you double your chances of winning. If you win the toss or lose the toss or whatever, and end up, getting getting the kickoff to you. So that number sounds good, but if the 49ers win the toss and defer, end up only having the ball one time in the first quarter, he might only get one pass thrown to him, and at which point that becomes a risky play. And so I'll pass on that one.
Do you take a shot at 14-1 for 150 yards?
No,
that's
they're not that kind of team.
Right.
I
Okay.
mean, and plus the fact that I expect them to win this game rather comfortably, kind of like the Jets game. And if that's the case,
they'll be running a lot at the end.
You've got Mason in there running the ball effectively. There's Ayuk. I don't know what kind of shape he's in, whether he's 100% healthy or what. But if it means he's only playing 40 of the 55 snaps, and then they get ahead and then they pull him out, this just doesn't have 150-yard game written on it.
All right, and good luxury in terms of McCaffrey. All right, we have Minnesota this week. We should be able to win this game. Christian McCaffrey, it looks like you could play, but why don't you just sit this one out this week too?
I think that's probably where they're headed. But Shanahan is a no. I mean, he's a take no chances kind of coach. And if last year, any number of times when they got leads or what have you, and it's like, why is McCaffrey still in the game? This is a guy who's supposedly injury prone, and you're running him left and right when you've got a 17-point lead late in the third quarter. Put the backup in there, and even in games where there were blowouts last year, you look at the final numbers. It's like McCaffrey had 19 carries and Mason or whoever the backup was had 2. Why? And so anyway, my point is that he's probably pushing McCaffrey to be able to play this game. And if he does, you'll give him the ball 15 times just to prove that he was right. So, and that's what makes this whole Mason proposition, such a big question mark, because he could go from guy who carried whatever 25 times last week to a guy who gets 1 carry this week.
All right, our next game is in Carolina with the Los Angeles Chargers, who beat Dave Del Grande's Raiders last week. Carolina looked bad. They looked just as bad as they were last season, if not worse. And I think this is a situation in which this young quarterback, Bryce Young, is outclassed by his opponent coming in with the Chargers. The dual quarterback there for the Chargers is going to be much more trustworthy for me than Bryce will be. And I'm going to put that coach in that same regard. This over-under is at 38.5. We know the game plan for the Chargers is to keep these games low scoring. Carolina is an automatic under team. So I would look for this still to be a low scoring game, but I'm going to look for the Chargers to cover this. If people wanted to use them in the survivor pick, I can't argue that. Again, you said you can't overreact from everything that happened week 1, and that's exactly what I'm doing in this game here. But I think the Chargers at the end of the day outclass Carolina. And I think you mentioned Jameson Williams. This program has been ahead of the curve many a time, and we can do that in this game as well. As I think we're going to start to see the emergence of our man Quentin Johnson, and he's a 4-1 payout for a touchdown this week as well. Quentin Johnston, who we've given stock into in the past, hasn't quite lived up to it. We've had a few players do that, like a Jameson Williams, but they starting to come around here, and I can see Johnston in that boat. But give me the Chargers, able to go across country, not a hostile environment at all. Do I expect the Chargers to be super great this year? Not really, but I definitely think that they're better than Carolina. I think Carolina quite frankly, could absolutely be the worst team in the league. So give me Los Angeles over Carolina, low-scoring game. Your thoughts there?
I'm with you there all the way. I think Carolina, oh my goodness. I mean, there's one thing to look bad on opening day, and let's not overreact to it. It's hard to underreact to the way Carolina played in that first game. I mean, they're playing New Orleans, for crying out loud. And New Orleans takes 2 weeks to score in the 40s. And they had to call off the Dogs in that game. I thought the most interesting thing about week one was the Carolina punter showed up at practice with a sore back.
I didn't see that, but that's funny.
Yes, and now he's out. They're auditioning punters this week. But that's what we're talking about with Carolina. They really do look like the worst team in the league. I'm not even sure that there's a second place team there. And the Chargers, you talk about a terrible game. That Chargers-Raiders game was really ugly. But that's the way the Chargers are going to play. They're going to run the ball. They're going to throw the ball short. But I like your Quentin Johnston play because, you run it, then you fake it, and you're more likely to throw the ball deep than you are to throw the ball short. And he's their deep guy. It just takes one catch from him, to go over his longest yardage gain for a play. It's probably take one catch for him to go over his game total for yards.
33.5 is his over-under.
What's the number?
33.5.
Yeah, I mean, so one long pass, can get you that, and might even get you a touchdown. Even though the unfortunate thing is he might only get like 3 targets in this game, but if he does, 2 of them will probably be well down the field. I think that, and the thing about the Chargers is that with Dobbins and with Edwards, they have tag team running backs. They can just keep running the ball up the middle against you and just wind the clock and churn out the yards. I think that Edwards, being that he's the more likely touchdown scorer of the two, Dobbins had a big game in week one. A little deceptive because he got a lot of those yards late. But I think Edwards is going to be the guy that they call upon down by the goal line. I think he's their most likely guy to score a touchdown. Again, you've got a quarterback who doesn't run, so you don't have to worry about him stealing that touchdown. And so I think that the Chargers, this game could be 24-3 or 24-9 or something, a pretty easy win for a mediocre team on the road. But that's just how bad Carolina is. But my one recommendation in this game would be to get Edwards a touchdown.
Edwards is actually off the board. No, I'm sorry, he is not off the board. I'm looking at receiving props. But I'll say this before I get to Edwards. If Quentin Johnson, there's another new market. They have players that have a 20-yard catch and a 30-yard catch. And Quentin Johnston is plus 340 to have a 30-plus yard catch.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I mean, if he catches a ball, like I said, they might only throw 3 balls to him in the game. He might only catch one of them. And if he does, and it's a 40-yarder, well, what would you rather have him over the 33-yard total at whatever even money, or over the 30-yard single catch figure and get the nice price? I mean, in his case, I'd much rather take a shot with that single catch yard and catch the nice price with it.
All right. I've got to jot these down as we go. These are some good ones.
Yeah,
we're digging up in week 2.
This can be on your greedy ticket, that one.
Gus Edwards is plus 185 for a touchdown. We can add him to our player parlay. I initially had, I'll give you the price for Quentin Johnson just for you listeners. But now we're all the way up to 197-1 if we use Quentin Johnson for a touchdown, St. Brown, Ayuk, Daniel Jones, and Brian Robinson Jr. But if we take out Johnston and throw in Gus Edwards, we're now looking at a measly 112-1 odds. But not too bad, just for 5 players to score.
Well, we've only talked about 6 games.
Yeah,
so
yeah, we could win $1 million.
We're going to be scratching some guys off of this list soon.
All right. Okay, so we're in agreement there. Let's get to the next game. Somehow they got me onto the college football. We're not ready for that yet. Okay, next game on our list. It is your Las Vegas Raiders at Baltimore, minus 8.5, 41.5. All right, the Ravens have had 10 days off. I think that's the biggest advantage they could have here, licking their wounds on an almost come from behind victory against the Chiefs. Obviously, it came down to that toenail out of bounds, and that was the difference in the game. But they did show resiliency in that game to where you thought they could actually fold the tent and Kansas City could run with it. But Baltimore did not allow it. You said it too. They have plenty of good athletes on that team. They're a heavy home favorite here, 8.5, 41.5. Just for survivor's sake alone, I'm not going to take the Ravens and just kind of root that something obscure happens here, that the Max Crosby can wreak havoc with that questionable Ravens offensive line and cause some harm there to not to a harm, but, yard advancement harm to players like Lamar Jackson trying to scramble out of the pocket. Lamar's not shown that he can throw the ball downfield yet. But the Raiders, they're as bad as it gets of all the teams last week as well. Probably a pretty bad spot for them here at the end of the day. I'm just going to stay away from this. But what might be a good angle you're looking at here? Do you expect the Ravens just to hold serve at home and dominate the Raiders?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe this game's competitive for a while, but I don't see the Raiders having the kind of firepower that's going to be able to come from behind. And I think, meanwhile, Baltimore has the kind of attack where they can grind it out on you. I thought that their use of Henry in the first game, again, he had 13 carries, which isn't a whole lot, but the next highest number for a running back was 1. So it would tell you that they're committing to this guy full time, and this is the kind of game where you talked about the Ravens' offensive line being shaky to the point where, if you drafted Andrews in fantasy, tuned into that game last week and saw him basically playing a glorified tackle position, they're like, oh my God, did I make the wrong choice? Then they threw the ball to Likely every time and not to Andrews anymore. It's almost like you ran out, you grabbed Likely and waivers, and now you got to start him ahead of Andrews. But I think that means, but I also think that means they're much more likely to run the ball even more than usual this week. And Henry is a workhorse type back. They've established that he is their dominant back. Their guy who's going to get almost all the touches running the ball. He caught a couple balls last week. I think that he could have a very, very big game, and I think Baltimore will just churn out a fairly comfortable win here.
So your best touchdown play is Henry?
Yes. He's a guy that I think if you're going to look at a guy to possibly score 2, on your, and I don't even know if this qualifies as your greedy ticket.
Yeah.
I think he's got a really good chance to score twice.
Plus 320, so not the greatest payout, but I've played Henry before at that number and have come through. He is one of my favorite 2 touchdown players and profitable ones here in the last couple of years.
And the thing is, and we saw this last week with Barkley, we saw this with Henry, no coincidence that the very first opportunity that the new teams got down by the goal line, with the two of the best three running quarterbacks in the league was just hand the ball up to our new guy up the middle. Let's let him get into the end zone. And, with Barkley, they did that more than once. But with Henry is exactly what they did the first time they got down by the goal line. And I think that there's, you want to build upon, the pride of these guys. They want to come out and help their new team win. There's nothing better than you get the ball down by the goal line and you feed this new guy, and everybody, the crowd gets to cheer and everybody gets to pat him on the helmet. Welcome to the team. I don't think that's just a 1 week thing. So I think that why put Jackson at risk running the ball around the end, and when you can just hand the ball to Henry up the middle and get him feeling good about himself. So I think that by far he's their most likely guy to score a touchdown, and like I said, I just think that they're going to be churning the ball out, running the ball, and he's I'd say he's 50-50 to score 2 touchdowns in this game.
Okay, and for you new people tuning in, I mean, this is all stuff we talked about before it happened. Expect Henry to get a touchdown in this kind of scenario. I think I said that about Barkley as well, and played those tickets also. Let's see here. Next game on the board. Yeah, and if he gets in front of the hometown fans as well, he scored on the road last week. Let's get the hometown fans excited. Let's get Henry into the end zone. Okay, next game, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is an interesting game to me. It really is. New England with the big upset last week against Cincinnati. That was my best money line play of the week for me, cashing out a straight-up ticket. New England came to play. Now, did they necessarily win the way I thought that they would? Probably not. They probably relying a little bit too much on defense. I'll give Brissett credit. He scrambled and ran for some yards when he needed to. Ramondre Stevenson looked really good in the running game. That's going to be a lot to ask for week to week to week just to win it and grind it out like that in this kind of league, which is a passing league, is to just play good defense and run the ball. Eventually, the youthful wide receivers are going to have to step up, and we'll have to see the Patriots do it in that regard. But I think they're getting an opponent in Seattle on their terms, and in the sense that they're going to have to come across the country. We know Geno Smith is a little bit of a statue back there. Seattle did have their trouble with the rookie quarterback, Nix, last week. And a good call by you on the Seattle defense. There's another great call about having Nix get an interception by your Seahawk defense. A little bit more trust in them in crunch time. And that played out just as you said. But this is a little bit tougher spot for Seattle. I'm not so sure. And that's the thing about New England, too, is, there's no book on this team. There's nothing besides the Cincinnati game. I mean, they're still a relatively unknown team in what they're capable of doing. Obviously, we got the talented wide receivers on Seattle. But Christian Gonzalez has been great in coverage. He held Jamar Chase to just 3 catches last week. And some of that could be the Brandon Ayuk factor with Chase and the way that he sat out as well. It just needs to shake off that rust. But this is an intriguing game to me. I'm not going to be surprised if the Patriots win this game. 3.5-point favorites for Seattle, over under 38.5. It probably grinds out again to the under, but I'm not going to be surprised if it creeps over that number a little bit. And I'll take this one step further. If the Patriots do win this and the Jets do somehow lose in Tennessee, that is your short turnaround on a Thursday night. And what kind of disastrous scenario would it be for the Jets and their fans and the media if the Jets start off 0-3, losing on a short week at home to the lonely Patriots? It's a scenario I could actually see happening, to be honest. I'm going to give the Patriots a shot here to win this game, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be interesting, to say the least, for me. But I'm going to call for the upset at home. What do you got?
I think this is a very even game, and I think this is two teams that want to win the same way. I kind of talked about this in the Indy Green Bay game, that I think that you don't want to be the team that makes the first mistake in this game. And the way you're not going to make that mistake is by running the ball. We saw last week New England perfectly happy handing the ball to Stevenson 25 times last week. That's got to be the game plan again this week, play conservatively, and knowing that, the New England defense should be able to handle most of what Seattle gives it, especially if Seattle has the same mindset, which I think they will. I mean, they kind of did last week. Walker had 20 some odd carries last week, and got hurt. And I don't think he's playing this week, which means that, we get to see Charbonnet, who's about as heralded as any backup running back in the league. I mean, he's not really a backup. He's someone that people have wanted to see more and more of, even though Walker has done well. He figures to get his first, full-time opportunity here. Even last week in a part-time role, he caught a touchdown pass. He carried the ball some. I don't think that they are going to back off running the ball just because Walker's not in there. You just, on the road, you don't want to trust Geno throwing the ball around, especially against a New England team that is not that capable of putting up points against you. So I think that you're going to see a lot of running on both sides. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game, and could be a 13-all game that goes into overtime. And I think you said that the line was over 3 in this game. Did you not say 3.5?
3.5. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's very generous. Low-scoring, tight game this. Right. That I think can go either way. I think Charbonnet is going to be a surprise, surprise fantasy player this week, but also a surprise on one of your tickets. Based on, I don't know what kind, if they're even putting up numbers on their running backs at this point because of the uncertainty of the starter there. But if in fact they're offering Charbonnet at his usual low numbers, I jump on that immediately.
Let's see here. Charbonnet is, and I'm getting 90-1 and 70-1 odds on 16-13, which that actually does sound right, to be honest. I have no rushing numbers on either Seattle running back. I do have 62.5 for Stevenson.
52.5.
62.5.
Oh.
6-2.
I mean, he carried 25 times last week. I expect this to be really close. I'd be shocked if he didn't carry at least 20 times.
Well, here's one you like. Over 16.5 carries for Stevenson, -128.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, and those two things go together. I mean, if he's getting 17 carries, he's probably going over 60 yards. I just don't see either team getting a big lead in this game to the point where the other team's going to have to forget the running game and come out throwing. And so you got two teams that really can't trust their quarterback in this type of situation. And yet they have dependable running games. So why not just keep handing the ball off and, see who's the first team that makes a mistake. So, I mean, I like both those running backs. I can understand why you don't have the numbers on Seattle yet, because I'm pretty sure that's that Walker's is not playing this week. And if it turns out that, in fact, he's announced to be out, if Charbonnet is listed as, he's a backup, so we'll give him low numbers going in. But this is a situation that I kind of see like Mason coming in for the 49ers. They're not going to play him and then give him the ball 6 times. they're going to play him and give him the ball 16 times, and he catches the ball, I think he becomes a very strong play if and when they announce that he's starting.
Okay, just for the sake of this beautiful looking ticket that we have, I'm going to leave off any touchdown score in this game. So I'm going to leave that off, and we'll try to build on it here. But I do have another side ticket going. So Stevenson over 16.5 carries, Quentin Johnson with his nice 30-yard reception or more. And we can do 24.5 for the IU completion, but we might as well get a nice plus price at a 30-plus yard catch for him too, right?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, so, okay. That's a nice-looking ticket, paying somewhere in the neighborhood of 16-1 right now for Ayuk and Johnston to have a 30-yard catch, Stevenson at 16.5 or more carries.
Very good number.
Okay. Next game on the board. Okay, just for drama's sake alone, and obviously we're going to run out of time to pick every game. But, I mean, drama-wise, wouldn't it be fun on a Thursday night to see a 2-0 Patriots at an 0-2 Jets?
Looking at the big picture, there's no way the Jets are going to be 0-3. Now, I don't know which of these next two games are going to win. They might win both of them, but I wouldn't get carried away.
Okay, all right.
Them starting 0-3.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Next game on the board. And I was wrong. We actually do have a matchup of division rivals here. That is in the NFC West with the Rams at the Cardinals. Puka's hurt. The Cardinals are a favorite here, -1.5. Decent showing in Buffalo before they fell apart on defense last week. The over-under is 47.5. McVay owns the Cardinals overall. I guess for the life of me, I can't see why they are an underdog here myself. So if I have to pick this game, I'm going to pick the Rams. I am going to root for this Cooper Kupp ticket to keep on going because I want him for the 10 touchdowns with Evans and Jefferson that I have. But if you make me play it, I'm going to take the Rams here, probably in a higher scoring game. And I'm also going to take Kupp for a touchdown. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I agree that I think the Rams are the better team here. I don't really understand why people would expect Arizona to win this game, especially with Harrison, how he did in his first game. We talked about the rookie quarterbacks generally being disappointing in the first week. Well, this rookie wide receiver was very disappointing. They seemed to make no effort to get him the ball. And that's puzzling to me. And I would expect that to change immediately because I think he's good enough to come out and have big numbers. But, maybe there's more to it. Maybe he's just not ready, or maybe teams, realize he's their top receiver and are putting a lot of heat on him. I've read a lot about Kyler Murray not being a good deep ball passer and Harrison being a really good deep ball receiver, or maybe they don't work best together. I don't know, but it certainly would be consistent with the numbers as we saw in the first week. So I'm not sure Arizona's really ready to fire on all cylinders yet. Meanwhile, I thought the Rams looked really good offensively against the Lions. The Lions are a very good defensive team, even without Puka in there. Cooper Kupp looked like the MVP that he was 2 or 3 years ago. That was incredible number of times they threw him the ball. But eventually that's going to open things up for the other receivers. I think Parkinson is a guy, a tight end there who, catches, he's a big target. He catches touchdowns. He will be used in the short zones that Puka would normally be used in. They got Robinson running down the field.
Right.
They even brought in another new guy.
Tyler Johnson showed his face last week.
Yeah, Johnson, right, who came in, and I thought he did very well.
All these guys paying good for touchdowns, too, in this game.
Yeah, and so I think that, that as the more people move forward and try to guard Kupp in the short zones or whatever, is going to open up things down the field for some of these other receivers. I think Parkinson as a tight end is is the most likely, in the short term here to take advantage of that in terms of number of catches, in terms of maybe scoring a TD. But anyway, my point is, with Kyron Williams running the ball, you got the best running back in the game. You've got the most established quarterback. You've got the best receiver going. I don't really understand why people would say, oh, gee, that means Arizona's going to win. So I would, I take the Rams in this game. It's not the, I take a flyer on Parkinson scoring a touchdown in this game if I were, if I got a real nice
Long
number
shot,
on him.
yeah, plus 340.
Yeah, so that's good because the Rams throw the ball a lot around the goal line, and like I said, this is this guy made a living at Stanford catching lob balls in the end zone, he's a threat once they get down there.
Oh yeah, that's a little hometown cooking for you too. Plus 370 actually, plus 340 is Tyler Johnson. I was just going to bring up, Tutu Atwell. He's bound to show his head again. It's not like he's an experienced receiver. But it seems like there's a wealth of riches still for the Rams, right?
Agreed. Yes,
Yeah.
And that's the thing that, if you're going to try to take Kupp away, then you're going to open up things for the other guys. And the difference, we've talked a lot about taking away like a Tyreek Hill or a Jefferson or somebody like that. Well, that requires a lot of coverage down the field. That opens up a lot of shorter stuff. But this is the opposite. If you're going to take Cooper Kupp away, you got to move guys closer to the line of scrimmage, and that makes you more vulnerable deep. And so it takes less for someone like Johnson, to get behind the defense, catch one ball, and have himself a nice game just based on one catch. And I think that he got a lot of balls thrown to him in the first game, and I think he's established himself as the number 2 receiver there. And like I said, you get down by the goal line, you're going to use Parkinson down there to score TDs as well. So yeah, there's a lot of other ways the Rams can go. And we haven't even talked about Kyron Williams, the best running back in the game. So they've got a lot of weapons.
And add Kyron Williams to the list of single-headed running back attacks. As my man Blake Corum didn't even sniff the field, but good thing he was sitting on my bench. Anything for without taking a long shot, maybe on your long shot players? Do you have more of a layup touchdown like a Kyron Williams?
I just think the Rams can go in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, let's stay away from this.
You're right. Kupp is the most likely guy to score a touchdown. But if he's drawing all the coverage, like I said, they've got other ways to go. I'm not sure there is one guy.
Too many mouths to feed.
But if I played anybody there, it would be Parkinson to catch a touchdown. But that's on a greedy ticket.
Right. Okay. I think the Bengals are in a bad spot here. Obviously, they had a bad loss last week. They can only do better. But this is a tough spot. Kansas City gets the win. They had the home crowd fever. Again, Taylor Swift in the stadium. She seems to be their golden ticket right now. But the Chiefs' defense did look a little slack for sure. They let Baltimore right back in or hang around in that game, even with a chance to win it at the end. So they have some things to work on defensively. But I think they're catching the Bengals at the right time. We're not going to have Higgins again. He'll be out. They'll have Chase. But what else do they have on offense really besides that? They're going to have to rely heavily on your man, Zach Moss, still. Again, the Burrow hand's a question. This is Kansas City or nothing for me here. 47.5. I'll stay away from the total because I'm not sure the Bengals can help in that regard at the end of the day. I'm not going to be shocked to see the Chiefs win this by double digits and comfortably at home. So I'll just stick with that collaborative effort. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that total seems awfully high because, like you said, I don't see where Cincinnati is going to score their points. without Higgins in there, and Chase, probably not at 100%, in terms of conditioning or what have you, coming off a nothing game, the quarterback not exactly, running on all cylinders, and then a running game you mentioned where I was nice to see Moss got almost all the carries for them last week, but he's not really a game breaker threat either. I don't see Cincinnati scoring more than 17 points in this game, and yet I don't necessarily see Kansas City scoring in the 30s either, which is what's going to be required in order to get to that total. And so I think it's interesting that what we saw from Kansas City in week one was kind of what we saw toward the end of the season last year, where Rice has become their clear-cut number one receiver. I think he's easily now their top offensive threat. And they did throw deep balls at Worthy last week, but when in the end he got 3 targets. I mean, I don't really see him being in every week factor. A very high risk guy. If you were going to say, well, let's get a touchdown from him or get a long gainer, and he might get one opportunity to do that, whereas Rice is getting 9 or 10 balls thrown to him. I think it's even taken away from Kelsey some, but Mahomes seems to be throwing the ball to Rice, more than even his favorite tight end. And then there was news that came out, or speculation, whatever you want to say, that Rice, who's had this possible suspension hanging over his head, that's likely not happening until next season. So, that's good news for Kansas City. That's good news for fantasy owners that took a bit of a chance on Rice. I think he's, that vaults him now into a top 10 wide receiver position for fantasy. I don't see this being a real explosive game. And I think Kansas City should have this game under control. So I don't see this being as a real high passing game for Mahomes either. So maybe, it's a Pacheco type of game where he's going to be their dominant offensive player.
I was going to say Pacheco touchdown. Sounds like that would be something we'd want to add to our touchdown player list that we have going.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's a minus.
He's a minus, but again, when we get to stacking these players up, we're talking about the difference now. He's minus 130, but
no, that's not bad. But
with him, we're 320 to 1 odds. Without him, we're 180 to 1 odds. So we're not quite doubling it, but man, 320 sounds a lot better than 180 for a Pacheco touchdown at the end of the day.
I agree. I think he is the most likely guy in that game to score.
And off to a good start for Pacheco for the season as well. Would you put Rice in the long reception category?
Not in the long reception category.
Okay. All right.
I don't think, like I said, I don't really see the urgency for Kansas City to be taking any chances in this game. They should figure out pretty early in this game that Cincinnati's not going to be a big offensive threat against them. They might jump out 10-0 on them, at which point they decide, let's just keep running the ball, throwing some short passes, keep the clock moving, and win this game, rather comfortably, 27-14 or something like that.
Right. Okay. All right. Last game on the board is in Denver with the Broncos and the Steelers. Steelers win on the road. They make Kirk Cousins look horrible in his debut. Minus 2.5 favorite are the Steelers, over under 36.5 in this game. So super low. Bo Nix threw the ball a lot last week, like you said, 42 attempts. Interesting game here. Steelers and Broncos. I'm honestly at this point haven't thought too much about it. So right now, this is not any sort of a major play for me. Man, it smells like it would be a low-scoring game. But why could I smell a sucker special on this? and maybe we do find a lot of points here somehow. What are your initial thoughts here?
Well, I think, again, let's not draw too many conclusions based on week one.
Right.
But Denver played a very similar game to this last week on the road at Seattle against Seattle. You know, Seattle should be a pretty good defensive team and was able to put up numbers, you know, came out winging it in that game for no apparent reason. It didn't backfire on them necessarily. They hung in that game. They had a chance to win it. I think they have to be encouraged by the way they played last week. Now here comes again, a very similar opponent. You know they're going to be tough defensively on you. But I don't see Denver going in the shell just because of that. I think they're going to come out winging it again. And against Pittsburgh, that could be a disaster. I mean, Pittsburgh loves to take advantage of these opportunities with sacks and with interceptions and what have you. I think Pittsburgh would have a chance for a defensive score in this game. But I also think the fact that Denver's going to be throwing the ball a lot is going to lead to points being scored by both sides in this game. I think Fields, for as mediocre as he is, you know, the fact that he ran the ball a lot last week, I think was a good thing. Harris obviously ran the ball a lot as well. And so I think that opens up for Fields to have some nice rushing yardage. And if nothing else, he throws a nice deep ball. Pickens had a nice game last week. I can see Pittsburgh matching points with Denver in this game. As I mentioned at the very beginning, it's hard to believe that we could be talking about Denver as being a fantasy friendly kind of team this year, a team that's going to score points and give up points. We saw that in the opener. This total does not reflect what happened in the opening week. I think this total is very low. I think it's going to be a close game, high scoring game, surprisingly high scoring, where there could be some value there.
All right, funner than expected, and you're getting 3-1 on over 45.5. Do you have a touchdown scorer in this game?
The logical choice would be Harris, but I would take Fields. And again, he carried 14 times last week, and Denver's going to be focused on stopping him. That's got to be their number one focus defensively. I think Fields is one of these quarterbacks that we saw this last year on a couple of occasions. He can have monster games running the ball because he's not like Daniels. He's not like one of these smaller quarterbacks who's going to run out of bounds, when he gets the opportunity, or slide when he gets the opportunity. He's more like Richardson. He's one of these, Allen. He's one of these big quarterbacks that is going to lower his shoulder. He's going to try to get between the defenders rather than run out of bounds. You break through that. Next thing you know, you're running 40 yards down the sideline. I think he could have a big number running the ball this game, and I think that he would be my surprise, get a plus touchdown scorer.
Plus 200.
Yeah.
So if we add him to our ticket of Derrick Henry, Isaiah Pacheco, Justin Fields, now adding him, Gus Edwards, St. Brown, Ayuk, Daniel Jones, Brian Robinson, we go down and put down $10. We now pay out $9,623. So it's worth the stab, right?
Why not? I think there's a lot of good ones in there. To hit 8 in a row or 9 in a row or whatever you say there. What the heck? It's $10. I'll have one less coffee at the Starbucks.
Right, and then you can round robin and take like 6 of the 8 players or something like that as well. That'll give you some margin for error. 166.5 for Bo Nix passing yards. Too low?
if he's going to throw 40 passes,
yeah, right, yeah.
You know, I mean, and the thing is, like I said, I mean, you've got Sutton, you know, who is a dependable. He had 12 targets last week, you know, against a pretty good Seattle team. And so if you have that as your foundation, that, okay, you know, we've got Sutton. I know you're going to put your best corner on him, or you're going to rotate your defense to him or whatever, try to take him away. That's fine. But this year, you know, Denver's got a couple of other receivers, and this guy Valet, who I talked about earlier, eight targets last week, single coverage all the time, and he's you know, he's a big play, you know, waiting to happen, and so you know, Nix is not necessarily big play type of quarterback, but you know, you throw 40 times, you're going to get a couple of big plays, especially if you have a variety of receivers. So that number seems awfully low for the number of times I would expect him to throw the ball. And they don't really have a great running game. I mean, that's an understatement. They don't have any running game at all. And so it's not like, well, yeah, this week, you know, what you saw last week was an aberration. This week they're going to come out, you know, it was a disaster. It didn't work. We're going to come back this week. We're going to run the ball. No, last week worked perfectly fine. And the fact that somebody decided that throwing 42 passes against Seattle was going to be a good thing, well, I'll tell you what, whoever that was, that guy deserves a raise, because they didn't win that game, but man, they, you know, they moved up the power rankings based on that game, because they almost won that game, and it was due to this game plan where people would have thought, are you crazy? You're a rookie going to Seattle, the 12th man, not going to get his signals across. He doesn't even know the names of his receivers. He's got no running game. Oh my God, he's going to get killed. He stood up way better than Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels did. So, and if that was the plan and it nearly worked, then why are we changing anything when we go home and we play a similar opponent? And now we can hear all the signals. And now I know the name. You know, I know how to say Devon. You know, I didn't even know him before. And so I just don't see Denver coming out and deciding this is the week we're going to run the ball. So, and like I said, you rookie quarterback throwing 40 passes against Pittsburgh, that's probably not the wisest thing to do. But, you know, whatever. It wasn't the wisest thing to do last week either. And it worked out just fine.
That's cut from the cloth of Sean Payton, though. I mean, that's something that you would just do, too, anyway. All right, Dave, we didn't talk about your fantasy team at all last week. Just to summarize, are you happy with your team so far through week one?
I'm happy through week one, not happy to the start of week two. But week one went incredibly well. You know, I mean, I scored 150 points, and I didn't even think I did that well. You know, and of course, as tradition would have it, my starting quarterback got injured on opening week. Last year, of course, it was Rodgers on the fourth play of the game. This time it was Love on the second to last play of the game. Hopefully it's not a serious thing, because I have no backup. Yeah, I'm thinking of last year, worked last year, so I'm thinking of doing it again this year. Picking up Goff as my quarterback this week. But you know, I had Gibbs. You know, things happened that, you know, Gibbs scored a rushing touchdown. You don't normally count on that. He caught his passes. You know, Achane scored a rushing touchdown last week. You know, Tyreek Hill got the one big pass. Well, didn't have a great game, but that 180-yarder made a big difference. I had Rice got me off to a nice start last Thursday night. That was very nice to see. I'm trying to think of who my other receiver is. can't think of them off the top of my head. I have, I play Taysom Hill at tight end. I have no tight end really. And then I was monitoring that game. He had 4 carries in that game. I think in the first quarter, I thought, wow, I like this strategy. And then he caught 1 pass for 1 yard. So I'm looking at my other options this week. And of course, my big kicker pick, Aubrey, had a monster game.
Right.
So
could have been even better, actually.
Yeah. So like I said, do I count upon Achane and Gibbs giving me rushing touchdowns every week? Probably not their thing. Do I count on Hill catching an 80-yard touchdown pass every week? Probably no. Rice, I expect big things from. Still have no tight end. And, is my kicker going to score 21 points, whatever he scored every week? Probably not. So, and now my quarterback is injured. So great first week, but, looking ahead to week 2, I just don't see how it's sustained, without my quarterback, without a tight end. And now, of course, having Tyreek Hill come out on Thursday night and have a terrible game. So, but it's, I do like the team. I do like the depth of talent, and everybody showed up the first week, and we'll try again this week. No, Cooper Kupp. How can I forget him? Is my other receiver. That's what drove my total, through the roof. I can only hope that he's not going to get 20 targets every week. But, like I said, when he was healthy 2-3 years ago, they did throw him the ball 15 times a game. And he's a tough guy. He gets in the end zone. And in fantasy, we all know that every 2-yard catch is a good thing. Even if you catch a pass, you lose a yard. It's a good thing in fantasy. Getting the number of catches is critical. And then, of course, getting into the end zone eventually is nice. But in Cooper Kupp's case, just keep catching those short passes, keep throwing it to him. And so anyway, you were probably looking for a short answer. I gave you a long answer. But I got some the opponent had, whatchamacallit from the Bills, the running back last night, Thursday
James
night.
Cook, yep.
Yes, and so Cook. I've dug myself a hole for week 2, but I still like my team. I look at the rest of his roster, I look at the rest of my roster, and say, you know what, I can make up a 20-point deficit on Sunday. So anyway, so I'm happy, and I'm happy that Achane came out, and even though I didn't play him Thursday night because of the uncertainty of whether he was going to play or not. Plus the fact that I have Mason sitting on my bench. And of course, there's an uncertainty whether he's going to play. But if he does play, I figured, why am I taking a chance with Achane? If I can just plug Mason in there. Turns out if Mason doesn't play, well, I still got Connor that I could plug in there. So I just thought I'm going to play it conservatively. I don't want to lose this thing because Achane sits out Thursday night. So I lost a lot of points there. So bad managing, bad play by Hill, good play by Cook. It's all the hat trick went against me Thursday night. But we'll battle back.
We'll grind through the weekend.
And the funny thing is, last thing, of course, I mentioned this last week. ESPN, the host, projected my team 10th place this year. No surprise. Right. I always underrate my teams. Well, in years past, however they figure it out, they're projected how good your team is. Your team even though you're doing really good, your team tends to move up their ladder very slowly. But this year, I moved from 10th to 2nd in the projections in my league, just based on that first week result.
You're like the Patriots. Look at that. There you go.
I hope I'm better than that.
Last question. Jameson Williams, does he get a 30-yard reception?
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay, let's leave it alone.
He doesn't, he's going to be a hit and miss kind of guy.
Piece of fan,
I'm going to say until it's Jameson Williams is an incredibly talented guy, and he's a perfect fit for that offense. Other than the fact that Goff is not a big deep ball thrower, but the fact is, you've got to cover Laporta short. You've got to cover St. Brown short. You've got to cover Gibbs in the short zone. You've got to bring your strong safety up because you got Montgomery running up the middle. He's going to see more single coverage 30, 40 yards down the field than any other receiver in the league. So the potential is there for him to have some, a lot of success, but I'm just afraid that he might have, the secret is out. He had this monster game last week, and now Tampa this week is going to have to adjust accordingly, maybe go overboard to stopping him, which I talked about earlier, which is going to help St. Brown and some of these other guys have a better game this week. So as we get along in the season and he has more consistency, as I see that he's getting 5, 6, 7 targets a game, because they're all going to be down the field unless they throw a screen to him, then that's when he's really going to become really a fantasy option. I have him sitting on my bench, because I have Hill and Kupp and Rice, I got no room for him. But eventually, if he shows me the consistency, then that's going to give me options that I'm looking forward to. So, but this week, I'd like to see it happen, but I wouldn't count on it.
Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to take. You're still with me, right?
I'm with you.
Okay, I heard a click. Ayuk for 30 yards for a 30-yard reception. Quentin Johnson for a 30-yard reception. Ramondre Stevenson over 16.5 rushing attempts. Bo Nix over 166.5 yards passing. That $10 will win me $340. And then I'm going to add on another ticket, the same 4 with a Jameson Williams 30-yard reception. I'll put down another $10, and that'll now pay out $1,000.
Wow.
So
why not?
Why not? All right, worth a shot. All right, Dave, a lot to go through on week 2. I appreciate it, man. Enjoy the game.
Okay.
Yep.
Love it.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back. We'll get boots on the ground from Kansas City with my man, Nick Athen from Warpaint Illustrated, my old boss, and the ChiefsBlitz.com. Back after this. This is the Round Robin, Sunday morning NFL Week 2. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. Never took a chance on fate, and more than comes to those who wait. And if there is a lady love, I'll never let her. You never get a chance for life unless you win it, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. You might have her now. I got something better. You might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, my old boss is on the line with us now from the old War Paint Illustrated days. He is with PrimetimeSportsTalk.com. He's also with the Chiefs Blitz, ChiefsBlitz.com. You can get his content there as well. My man, Nick Afton, boots on the ground in Joplin, Missouri. Are you in Joplin, Nick, or are you in Kansas City?
No, I'm in Joplin today, so I'm going to enjoy the game from afar and watch it with my family, and then comment like crazy during the game and after.
Okay, all right, good deal. And you got good weather out there for the game today, right?
Yeah, 68 degrees supposedly this afternoon. It's beautiful right now down here, so it's like, hey, it's a perfect day for football.
All right, and this is the back-to-back home games now for the Chiefs. Obviously, they won that dramatic game last Thursday night. Were you at that game? 2 Thursdays ago.
No, I wasn't. It was a great game, though. I mean, honestly, I think the Ravens played about the best football they could possibly play, and the Chiefs played a good game, but they certainly left points on the table, and they got the Ravens' best, and they still won, even though they didn't play their best. So, I'm Arrowhead. It's just an amazing, incredible experience. I'll definitely be there for a few games this year.
Okay, I'm gonna probably put the jinx of death on you guys right now. But I love the Chiefs in this game today. My Patriots going to Cincinnati last week.
Yes.
Joe Burrow. What about that hand? We don't know. Little Jamar Chase drama. No T. Higgins.
Yeah.
It's enough for the Patriots to get a win. And now they come into Kansas City talking about the Bengals. Pretty much, even though the games last week it was a close one, Nick, I mean, you guys have all the momentum in the world to me. It's another home game. I mean, this is a bad spot for Cincinnati, right?
Well, yeah, it makes it a bad spot for the Bengals because of their poor performance, against the New England Patriots. I mean, the Patriots were, estimated to win maybe 2-3 games this year. And who knows, if they play defense like that and they run the ball like that, they could upset a few people in the AFC East this year. Not saying they're going to win the division, but I think they took them lightly.
Yes,
I think
agree.
The Bengals did. I think they looked ahead to the Week 2 matchup in Kansas City. Hey, this is kind of going to be a scrimmage for us, and they found themselves in a dogfight. Now there were some questionable calls on the field that took away some points for the Bengals, and maybe it's a different football game. But when you look at the game today in Kansas City, the Chiefs already have the tiebreaker against the Ravens. If they win today, they'll be 2 games up plus the tiebreaker against the Bengals. Now, the Bengals are a mess. They've got, T. Higgins is out. Jamar Chase just continues to open his mouth.
Right.
Last night at midnight, it broke that he's no longer going to negotiate with the team. That they negotiated in bad faith for him to come back. You just don't need this drama. And you know what? He should know better, because Mike Brown, the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, is never going to give him $35-40 million a year. They were going to pay Burrow, and that's it. T. Higgins is a free agent. I expect Chase is going to be traded, at some point before the trade deadline. Or,
interesting. There you go. There you go. I like that.
Before the offseason. He doesn't want to be there. They're not going to pay him. The Bengals are not committed to long-term financial success in regards to what it's going to take. You look at the Chiefs, what did they do in the offseason? Well, they made Chris Jones the highest paid, defensive lineman in NFL history. They re-signed Drew Tranquill. They guaranteed Patrick Mahomes his money last year, so he's averaging about $50 million a year. They do all these things. They pay Travis. They extended his contract. He's the highest paid. Creed Humphrey. Trey Smith soon is going to get a new contract. So, it takes a lot of money to build a winner, and Bengals are never going to spend that kind of money because ownership, remember, when you have a signing bonus, that money has to go into escrow. That means you have to take all that money out from somewhere, and you got to put it somewhere where the owner cannot use it, cannot touch it. It has to sit there until the obligation of that contract is fully paid. So I think people forget the business side of the NFL. I had a great teacher in Carl Peterson. He taught me more about the business side of the NFL than anybody. And there are so many complexities and so many issues that go along. But the Chiefs know what it takes. That's why they've won back-to-back Super Bowls. They spent the money where they had to. And for the most part, they've kept their premium players.
All right. So with the Chiefs today, obviously I like them to win, and I'm assuming you like them to win this game as well.
Yeah.
Is this a convincing victory?
That's a good question. I mean, these have always been, at least in the Burrow-Mahomes era, always been 3-point games. I think every single one of them has been decided by a field goal, or at least by 3 points. I look at the Bengals today. I'm not in love with the interior of their offensive line. Who else is going to step up besides Chase? That's a big question mark. They've got a couple of capable tight ends.
Unproven running game. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they have some components there.
Right.
It's just a matter of can they drown out their own noise and drown out the noise of Arrowhead. I'll give Joe Burrow credit. He respects the Chiefs. He respects Mahomes. He knows exactly what the game is about. He doesn't talk trash. He's very complimentary, and that's what you want from your leader. It's too bad the rest of the team isn't doing that. So this is a double job for Joe Burrow today. Keep his offense football team focused on the job today, or let the distractions overcome them. And to answer your question, this should be a 10, 15 point margin when it's all said and done at the end of the game. But these games are always close. And if the Chiefs come down to the Bengals level, if they don't look at this as an opportunity to seize, the premier top spot in the AFC, have tiebreakers over two of their rivals, then all they got to really worry about is the Buffalo Bills. So I think that this is an important game for Kansas City. So I expect a 10, maybe 13 point difference when it's all said and done.
Okay, yeah, I like a double-digit victory myself. I'm just trying to figure out the number to put it at. I mean, honestly, I could see this being about a 20-point victory if everything goes the Chiefs' way. Let's see here. The Chiefs have been good about spreading the ball evenly around. We have a new toy in Xavier Worthy. Obviously, Isaiah Pacheco looks like he's a better runner every time that he gets the ball. And even now, Deadly, like last week, getting the ball, receiving out in the backfield. We've started to see his receiving game towards the end of last season develop as well. So that makes him quite the weapon for sure. I love me some Pacheco. Who's going to have the biggest day today, do you think, for Kansas City?
I think offensively, I have a sneaky suspicion that Travis Kelce is going to have a really big day today. I think that, he didn't really have a lot of production last week other than the pass he caught that made Patrick Mahomes the number one in passing yards for the Chiefs organization, surpassing my hero, Len Dawson. But I think he's going to have a really big game because I think that the corners for the Bengals are going to be focused on Worthy and Rice.
Right.
Justin Watson's going to, probably start as well. He's a great possession receiver. So I anticipate that he's going to have a big game. Another guy Samaje Perine, the former Bengal, should have had a touchdown last week in that errant pass that Mahomes threw him in the flat. That would have been a walk-in touchdown. I think he's going to have a really big game today. As far as Pacheco, I'm going to kind of push back a little bit on you. I think he's developing. He's a good player, but he's not a great running back in my eyes. And I know Chiefs fans don't want to hear it.
Interesting. All right.
I say this because he's still a straight line runner. And if you want to have a lot of success in the NFL, you got to be patient. You got to wait for the opening. You got to cut back. You can't just go crash into a place where there's nowhere to go. And though I love his spirit and I love his attitude, and he's a chance to be a 1,000-yard rusher this season, but 1,000-yard rushers over 17 games is really not that difficult when you have an offensive line like this one and you got a quarterback like Mahomes. But, if he continues to catch the ball, the flat down, he dropped a potential touchdown against the Ravens because he kind of peaked for the defender. These are things that he has to learn how to do. And this is his, he's going to be in a contract status here shortly. But I can't underscore the acquisition of Perine, who I could see if Pacheco struggles, and he struggled against the Ravens as far as, total yards. But if he adds value by being able to catch those wheel routes out of the backfield, he's already a good blocker, so you can trust him in pass protection. But he's got to be more patient at the line of scrimmage. I can show you on the all 22, probably 5-6 carries a game, where if he just kind of stops and cuts, and he did that a couple times in the Ravens game, so I'm going to give him props. But if he stops and cuts, or he waits for the blockers to open the hole, it's a split second. It's 1/1000 of a count. And if he can learn to do that, he can have 1,500-yard season. That's the difference. And I think that's what the Chiefs really would like to get out of him. But, he's an Energizer bunny, and he just goes full speed. And sometimes you need to throw a little finesse in there every once in a while.
All right, so Kelsey's your man today. He's plus 125 for a touchdown. That's pretty decent. Usually Kelsey was a minus number for a couple of seasons there. And you had 8-1 for 2 touchdowns. Could you see 2 touchdowns for Kelsey today?
I could see that today because I think that, like I said, they're going to focus on Rice and Worthy, and that's a load. I mean, that's a lot to cover. I don't think they quite have the secondary to match up very well against Kansas City today. The Patriots obviously didn't throw the ball much, but when they did, they were generally effective down the field. So, I could see Kelsey with a couple of scores today.
Okay, is it somewhere in the playbook? And I'm going to assume it's not today, just because of the opponent.
Right.
Or maybe because of the opponent, it could. Is there a game plan for Andy Reid at some point here to have the all-out aerial assault? Let's just chuck this thing down the field like it's going out of style. Patrick Mahomes, let's have a big day, show off his arm, get you throwing for over 400 yards. Everyone feast, and let's see how many points we can get today. Just chucking this ball down the field. Do you foresee that game plan anytime coming up?
If they would have had Hollywood Brown available, I could see that. Obviously, he was placed on injured reserve yesterday. He's going to miss the entire regular season. He could be back for the postseason, but I think there's going to be a temptation to do that. Do the Chiefs want to make a statement today, or they just simply want to win and be 2-0 and arguably the toughest 2 games to open the season? I don't care if they're at home or not of any NFL team this season so far. And I think Andy likes to throw the ball. They like to show their dominance. It's just going to be based on what Patrick Mahomes sees back there. And remember, Joe Arnuma, the defensive coordinator for the Bengals, is the best. He and Spags are 1 and 2 as far as defensive coordinators, and he's going to be ready. So I wouldn't say that the Chiefs are just going to throw caution in the wind and air it out. Rice can extend the field. Worthy is the game changer. You look at a game against the Ravens, and he had 2 touchdowns, but whenever he was in there, he was a decoy. And the other plays would open up the middle of the field. So that's good news for Kansas City. That means people already respect Worthy. They already understand his speed. And if they don't cover him, he's going to fly right past them. So it's a new dynamic for Kansas City. Again, I feel terrible for Hollywood Brown, just a freak injury on the first catch in preseason. Probably the most excited I've been about any free agent signing in Kansas City in a couple of years. So it would have changed everything. So instead of the Chiefs averaging 31 to 35 points, maybe it's 27 to 28 points a game. That's how much a difference I thought Brown could make. But there'll be a game where this happens. You know, they're gonna chuck the ball down the field and have the opportunity. They have the receivers to do that now.
All right, upcoming schedule for Kansas City. They play the Falcons in Atlanta. They'll go to SoFi and play the Chargers. They'll be back at home against the Saints. Do you suspect that they'll be 5-0 when they go ahead and have the Super Bowl rematch with San Francisco at Levi Stadium on October 20th?
You know, I think the Chargers game is going to be a little bit tougher. I don't think it's a no-brainer win for Kansas City to go into Los Angeles. You know, I'm a huge Jim Harbaugh fan. I would have given anything for him to be the coach of the Chiefs if it wasn't Andy Reid. You know, he has his way, has his style. I thought the way the Chargers played in the opener against the Las Vegas Raiders was very reminiscent of what he did at Michigan. And that's what you're going to see in the NFL. Chargers are not going to be a down the field aerial team like they were in the past. He's going to turn Justin Herbert into a game manager, you know, kind of like an Alex Smith. And I think that's the model that they're going to go after. They don't have a lot of talent at the wide receiver position right now. Chad McConkey, the rookie from Georgia, has the potential to be a really good receiver. But that's going to be an issue. But the running game, you know, J.K. Dobbins, I was pounding the table for the Chiefs to sign him. They brought him in twice, and they just weren't comfortable with the injuries. So he ended up going back to the Chargers after several great years with the Ravens outside of his injuries. So I think they will. I think the Saints are a little bit better team than people give credit for. So I'm not convinced they're going to be 5-0 heading into their bye week. But I would say at least 4 wins for sure.
Nick, I can't be having you trash the Chargers wide receiver core. I got a 4-1 payout on Quentin Johnston today. Quentin Johnston today at 4-1 plus 400. As we saw how the Carolina Panthers secondary held up to the Saints last week. Not very good. So I'm going to put a lot
I know they're playing a really crappy team in the Panthers. So maybe the odds are, but I haven't seen anything out of Quentin yet that leads me to believe that he can be a star in the NFL.
Right. All right. There you go. Harsh words for Quentin Johnston and a little bit for Isaiah Pacheco this morning from my man Nick Athen. Nick, you got a survivor pick today? If you were in a survivor pool, who's your play today?
Who's my play today as far as team goes or player?
Well, a survivor pool for a team, not like a knockout pool. One team, if you have to pick them to win today, who's it going to be?
That's a good question. I'm going to say the Cleveland Browns.
Wow. All right, that's a good one.
They have to win today, or you could count them done.
All right. Good job, Nick. I'll give you a buzz this week, man. Talk some more sports media with you. But enjoy the game today. Enjoy the family. And have a good rest of the weekend.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yep. Good to see you. Bye. All right, my man, Nick Athen from the old War Paint Illustrated days gave me my job outside in the parking lot of FedEx Field. We might have nephew Dave joining us. He's bouncing around the Atlanta airport. We'll see if we can pipe him in as we are nearing 11 o'clock Eastern Standard. We really might have to push this to the 7 o'clock hour. I'm making sure that our internet is still going to be live here. Let me see here. It looks like we're still just a little bit of tweaking out on the internet here. Let me just make sure the settings are good before we progress with the show. Yeah, I guess we're okay. Yeah, it looks like full strength. Okay. So we are proceeding always with technical caution around these parts. You never know when the power is going to go out, lose internet, whatever the case may be, as we are right on the shores of Virginia. For whatever reason, that wreaks havoc with communications here in the neighborhood. Okay, so talked about Survivor Pool with Nick. And I will make that decision about going to 7 a.m. Sometime this week, and I'll let you guys know. But if you're on the West Coast, you're going to have to get up a little earlier, even earlier than the 5 a.m. hour now, potentially, as I think we ran until 12:30 last week. And again, we haven't even started the slate yet. We'll see if Nephew Dave calls here in a second. The Ant-Man will be coming in too. We'll break down everything with him. I'll get Nephew Dave's best bets. But as far as Survivor Pool goes, and I'm going to go through the list right now. Dallas and New Orleans, you have better chances to use Dallas. They have better opponents like Washington and the Giants. Why would you use them today? The Lions and the Buccaneers. It'd be interesting to see how many people pick the Lions in this scenario. I still feel like the Buccaneers don't get a lot of love overall, but I'm going to stay away from this game for Survivor. Nick takes the Cleveland Browns on the road in Jacksonville as an underdog right now. I do like Cleveland today. We'll talk more about this game, obviously, as well. Deshaun Watson, man, he cannot fold his tent now. The fans calling for Jameis Winston. I mean, please. But Nick Athen will say that he's going to take the Browns as Survivor pick. I think you could use the 49ers, but again, you have the Cardinals a couple of times. So why would you want to do that in their game at Minnesota today? The Chargers are an interesting pick. Just a pick on Carolina scenario. You can get the Chargers out of the way as well. I think they're worthy of a Survivor play. Are they going to be my pick? I'm not so sure. It's still a road game. It's cross country, earlier kickoff time for them. Just a little bit of sketchiness about that. I think a lot of people are going to be using Baltimore today for their Survivor pick over the Raiders. For that reason alone, that will get me off of that. But the Ravens, let me see if I can get Nephew Dave to call now. The Ravens seem to be the obvious side end play for the Survivor pool today. I'll lay off it. Seattle and the Patriots, no Survivor there. Green Bay, the Colts, no Survivor there. Jets and the Titans, no Survivor there. Giants and Commanders, no Survivor there. Rams and Cardinals, I think you could probably use the Rams. I think you could, even though they're an underdog. Kind of makes me sketched out on that. So I'll avoid that. Yeah, the Bengals and the Chiefs. Now, the Chiefs do play a first place schedule. And we just talked about the game, the schedule with Atlanta next week. So they could be a decent pick next week if the Falcons look really bad on the Monday night on the short turnaround at Philly. But I'm going to go ahead and take the Chiefs for my Survivor pool today. At least the bulk of the plays over the Bengals. I just see the Bengals as a wounded animal. I think this is an easy win for Kansas City at home. I'd rather use them now while they're looking hot as opposed to later, maybe if they get banged up or whatever. So I'm not afraid to expire the Chiefs. I used the Saints last week. I got by with that. So if I use the Chiefs and I get by, I'll now have used the Saints and the Chiefs, and I'll feel pretty good about that at the end of the day, knowing that the Saints are a sketchy pick at any point of the season. So give me Kansas City for my Survivor pool. Pittsburgh and Denver is an option today. I don't think so. Houston and the Bears. I think you can use Houston. I think they win tonight for sure. Again, this could be a bloodbath for the sports books today. It really, really could. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. I mean, of all these big favorites of the popular teams like Houston, Kansas City, San Francisco, Dallas, all these teams cover the spreads today. It is going to be a bloodbath at the books. So I like Houston tonight. Again, I think they have a first place schedule too. So when you use them for Survivor, now might be the chance to get the Bears before they can gel a team potentially. So I won't fault you if you want to use Houston. I think that's fair game. And the Eagles and the Falcons, I won't fault you if you want to use the Eagles either. So give me Kansas City for Survivor. Let's see who this is. I believe this is going to be Nephew Dave down in the Atlanta, of all places. Nephew Dave, is this you?
Steve, good morning, sir.
Nephew, how are you? How's the old Atlanta airport treating you?
It is busy.
Okay, it's busy. It sounds like it's busy in the background.
Yep, I found a spot to slide away.
Okay, let's spend a couple minutes with you. First and foremost, what's your survivor pick for today?
My survivor pick, if I could pull this up for you real quick. Who did I take? Let's go back here. I'm going to take the Chargers today, Steve.
I just said that's a viable pick. A little bit of a weird spot going West Coast to East Coast, but you got to figure the Chargers can handle the Panthers, right?
Well, you would really think so. Probably not a team that you would use a whole lot, especially maybe in this scenario. But it's one of those things, Steve, where I think the Panthers are just really going to be that bad this year. I can see them winning one game if you took under 2.5 season total for them. You're probably going to be in good shape, but I think this is a game that the Chargers, should be able to handle, and it's a team that you can go ahead and get out of the way.
All right, what do you like for your plays today? You sent me a couple touchdown scores. What tickets? What tickets do you got?
All right, yeah, let's go through that. So we're going to play in our smaller one. We're going to get a little conservative here. We're going to go with Jaden Daniels to get another one. He had 2 last week. I figure he's a good candidate for that. Anthony Richardson and J.K. Dobbins. They're going to be my touchdown scores. That's a 3-legger. Like I said, that one's kind of a little bit more conservative, but figure these guys to be heavily involved, and I think they end up finding the end zone today.
All right. Do you see a lot of points here in week 2? It seems like there's a lot of under games potentially here at 1 o'clock. A lot of good games at 1 o'clock too, just overall. But on the point scale today, how do you see it? Do you see this as a higher scoring week, lower scoring week, maybe right in the middle? Maybe on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being low scoring, 10 being high scoring overall. Just generally, what's your feel for the games?
Yeah, Steve, I was looking at it, and I feel like it's going to be a mid to low scoring. I'm looking at an under 41 with the Jets and the Titans today.
Interesting. Okay. Yep. That would be a play I have not even thought about, but I could see that for sure.
I just, the feel of that game kind of, sends you in an under mood. We could see the same thing with the Chargers. I had a risky play of 9.5 on an alt spread for the Chargers. But are the Carolina Panthers going to get their points? That's a team that I'm really down on, Steve. So I'm not going to trust them to score at all. I think we maybe see another under there. Got Cleveland and Jacksonville. That one's iffy. Buccaneers and the Lions could possibly slide under. But the Buccaneers, are missing some pieces on the back end. Chargers able to score. So I really went with a plus 7.5 Tampa Bay spread there instead of the under. That one's inside too. So that could be a little bit more fast paced. So I'm going to take the Bucks plus 7.5 on that one, Steve. But I think we see some unders today.
All right, let's get a state of the union of your Commanders. We figured it would be a tough week in Tampa Bay, and it was just a bad spot to start the season overall. But here you go. You have your home opener today against the division rival Giants, who looked like they were amongst the NFL's worst last week. And Washington did do decently in moving the ball overall. Quarterback definitely had some good runs. Is that sustainable for him at the end of the day, to have him to run that much? But go ahead and give me the state of the union of your Washington Commanders with their home opener today, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1.5 point favorites, Dave.
So yeah, Steve, it's a work in progress for him, and like you said, that was a tough spot in the opener in Tampa Bay. I don't think you can really be too upset with that. It is looking like a weak point is going to end up being the receiver core. I don't like what I see there behind, Terry McLaurin. I just don't feel like there's much there. Noah Brown might play coming over, I believe, from the Chiefs.
Right.
So he's got some speed, so maybe that opens things up. But it's like you said, it's not going to be sustainable to keep him running. Talking about Jaden Daniels, that is, that's not a longevity move in my eyes. So that's going to have to get better. The receiving core, but again, Steve, like I said, work in progress. Everything's new. So let's hope that we could just come out and put a good effort here at home and beat the Giants.
All right. Any other plays stick out in your mind for today before I let you go?
And I think Cleveland maybe bounces back. Pretty disappointed in Jacksonville last week, letting that one slide through.
Yeah, we had a lot of Cleveland love on the show this morning, actually. You're the third person to say that, so go ahead.
So I went with the alt spread. I moved it because it was a smaller number. I went plus 5.5. It's a minus 152, but again, Steve, if you move that, you give them a little room for error. And if Jacksonville ends up, doing something similar, Cleveland, they have some pieces to score. If they're going to, whether they put up better effort or not is going to, remain to be the thing to see. But give me them plus 5.5 on an alt spread, Steve.
There you go. I like it. Dave, I got an open-ended parlay. I just put the ticket up on the screen. I'm already home with the Bills minus 8.5. I got the Browns minus 6.5. And I got the Packers minus 12.5. How about that?
Okay, I like it.
Yep. All right, good paying parlay on that. Only $2.50, Dave, and pays off $300. So that is investing the minimum to make the maximum for sure.
That's what we do, Steve. So you can't be mad at that.
All right, Dave, have a safe flight. We'll catch you back in studio next week.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Nephew Dave down in the ATL. What I'll go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and rotate through our tickets here. Oh, excuse me. As we go through the board. Yeah, I got some interesting tickets. Take a look at them up on the screen as we go and get into our full-on breakdown of all of these games. I might have to do it solo for a minute until we get the Ant-Man. We'll see when he comes crawling along here. But we are just after 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. NFL Week 2 full angle breakdown happens now. All right, so the Cowboys minus 6.5, 47.5, and I talked about it earlier. Two teams with two of the more impressive wins of Week 1. And here we are. The Saints will hit the road to Dallas for their home opener, a 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time game. Cowboys are 6.5, 47.5 overall. I don't know what to make of the Saints quite yet. I know a lot of people are down on them, and they do have a little cult, almost like a cult-like following of people who are Saints backers, enough so to win that division in the NFC South, because it is always usually a wide open one anyway. Atlanta didn't look like a serious contender last week. We'll see how they rebound as well with their game at Philadelphia. But the Saints have a good, true litmus test today in the Dallas Cowboys. So 6.5 and 47.5. Man, I just don't know. Why do I think that this is a close game and Dallas squeaks it out? Something like 24-20. Enough points to be scored, not to get you over the total. Not enough points to cover a spread, but Dallas gets the win anyway. That being said, maybe give me a CD Lamb touchdown at -110. Would have really expected him to score last week. He did not. We had him on a ticket. One player shy of a payout, and CD Lamb was the culprit in that regard. But he is -110 today for the touchdown. He is plus 850 for, I'm sorry, Alvin Kamara is plus 850 for the first touchdown. But 6-1 for CD Lamb to get the first touchdown today as well. So I'll expect him to get into the end zone. It's just funny seeing Ezekiel Elliott as the favorite as well to get the first touchdown, plus 550. He's a -110 for an 80-time touchdown as well. Let's see. Let's look at the passing props here. What else can we dig up in this game? I'm going to take CD Lamb also for some alternate receiving yards. At 100 yards or more, he's at plus 136. I mean, he really could have a big day today. 125 yards is never out of the question for him at plus 300. But again, what do we have with the Saints? I think for the most part, this is just going to be a pass for me. I'm going to look at the pick on other things on the board here. Dak Prescott over under is 258.5 passing yards. Derek Carr's 221.5. And that kind of actually seems low to me. We'll see how good this Dallas defense is. They're getting a lot of credit. The Saints did good at spreading the ball around last week. I mean, they did put up 47 points. Carr is plus 182 for 250 yards or more passing. He's over 3-1 for 275 yards more or passing. So, interesting, to say the least, what kind of day Derek Carr can have. I think for the most part, I'm going to take a pass on this game overall. Man, is it going to shock me if it's 34-31 or 38-20 Dallas? Not at all at the end of the day. If you want to get down on some 2 touchdown scores, I think I'm going to stay away. I might throw CD in there for the 2. He's 5-1. Ezekiel Elliott is plus 500. Alvin Kamara is plus 850. Taysom Hill, 17-1. Rico Dowdle, 18-1. Chris Olave, a good payout for him for 2 scores at 20-1. I could see Olave and CD Lamb in a combination of 2 touchdowns. That is actually, I might go ahead and make this bet right now if they'll let me log in here. Of course, they want me to authenticate, but my payout on these guys is going to be, let me authenticate this passcode real quick. This gets me back live into the sports book, but 2 touchdowns today for Olave and CD Lamb is at 85-1. I think that's a tremendous payout. Let's see. So $10 wins you $856 on these 2 guys to score 2 touchdowns today. And that is a bet I will actually make right now live on the air. So I'll throw down $10, take a shot at 2 scores for CD Lamb and Chris Olave to pay out $856. A better chance of that happening than going down to your 7-Eleven and winning $850 on a lottery scratcher ticket. That's for sure. I do like the Derek Carr passing yards. Maybe if you want to move those up a little bit, I think you can play around with that as well. Let's see. What is Derek Carr's rushing prop? He's just at 2.5 yards. He's not going to scramble for 3 yards at some point under duress from the Dallas defense. I'm going to have to throw that into a play somewhere. That's Derek Carr over 2.5 rushing yards. Dak Prescott's at 10.5. I think you can actually play both of those, to be honest. Dak Prescott for 25 yards is at plus 410. I think that's fair game. I'm not going to get an alternate number on Carr. I don't expect him to rush for 25 yards, but I can't pick him for 3. And I'm going to just add these 2 guys on a ticket. I'm going to keep this ticket going. But Dak Prescott for 25 yards, Derek Carr over 2.5 yards. That $10 is going to pay $74 at the end of the day. So that's a good little El Cheapo angle if you want to take that. I know the Ant-Man likes the Dallas defense. We're going to throw a defensive round robin parlay together as well. I'll go ahead and get that up here on the screen at some point. It'll flip through as we go along. Let's see. But the Dallas anytime touchdown for them on defense is at plus 500. Saints defense is at plus 800. The cast of characters, Foster Moreau scored last week. He's at 6-1 for an anytime touchdown. Kevontae Turpin is at 11-1. Deuce Vaughn 14-1. Mason Tipton 18-1. Adam Prentice 35-1 for the Saints. Kamara plus 140. Taysom Hill plus 210. Olave plus 220. Rico Dowdle plus 230. Brandon Cooks scored last week plus 260 for him. Luke Schoonmaker plus 280. Could definitely be a candidate now for Dallas. And Dak is plus 320 to run one in himself. Raheed Shaheed plus 310. I think it's a close game, probably a good game as well. I think the numbers are right there. This is going to be one of those. I think if you tease it any which direction, you probably cover the number. You tease it with the Saints or the Cowboys, you'll get home. If you tease it over, tease it under, I think you get home as well. All right, next game on the board. We'll back out of the Dallas game. Oh, please, guys. All right. Come on, guys. It's amazing trying to get these lines up sometimes on the refresh. It really, really is. 1 o'clock at Ford Field. The Lions host the Buccaneers. The Lions now up to 7.5, 51.5. Dave Del Grande was on the Lions a couple of years ago. He saw the rise to not exactly dominance yet, but they are trending towards a Super Bowl. At least it seems that way. And Tampa Bay, who was my little sweetheart last season, continuing to play well. Baker, the best quarterback in week 1, 4 touchdown passes last week. This over-under number is inflated. It's 51.5. This is Dave Del Grande's fun, high-scoring game of the day. So he likes the over here, where he did not like it last week with the Rams and the Lions. And that game does stay under last week. But the Lions over under 51.5. They lay 7.5 now against Tampa Bay, a pesky Tampa Bay team, a good Tampa Bay team with a good veteran defense. I mean, this is a good football game. It really, really is. Man, Lions win by 10. I see that. They win by 3. I can see that. Tampa Bay squeaks it out. I could actually see that. So a fun one overall. I think you can go any number of ways with this, with the props. I think this is a better prop game than a spread game. Let's see overall here with the touchdown scores. Gibbs minus 150. Montgomery minus 140. St. Brown plus 110. Evans plus 125. White plus 135. Laporta plus 140. Jameson Williams plus 180. Godwin's plus 185. There's Cade Otton down at plus 340 for 2 touchdowns. Today, we have Gibbs at plus 320, Montgomery plus 360, St. Brown plus 650. I can hop on to Mike Evans at plus 750 for sure. Rashad White plus 850, Laporta at plus 900, Jameson Williams 13-1, Godwin 14-1, Jalen McMillan 31-1, Cade Otton 34-1, all for 2 touchdowns. Passing wise, this is going to get a little rough here, maybe, as this segment continues for the next hour. With the voice here in the rugby game yesterday, and now doing this, you can probably hear the voice starting to go out a little bit, but we'll fight through. Jared Goff plus is 270.5 for his passing yards. Baker Mayfield 262.5 for his passing yards. I would look at their alternate passing touchdowns today. Goff for 3 touchdowns is plus 230. I'd like a little better payday on that. Baker is for 3 touchdowns at plus 285. I would actually like a better number on that too. But that's giving Baker some respect that he's only plus 285. That really, really is. They're kind of predicting that he's going to have a good day passing himself. Receiving wise, let's see. Jahmyr Gibbs is at 23.5. I feel like that's a low number for him. He's definitely a 40-yard type of guy. That's plus 270 for him to get the 40 yards today. So we might have to take a look at there. We played with Dave Del Grande, the Jamison Williams long reception already for 30 yards. So we'll take a shot on that ticket. That will scroll through on the big board here sooner than later as well. If you're looking at our screen, we got our tickets posted for this afternoon. Now, a couple of these tickets you're going to look at and say, what the hell is this guy doing? And then, for example, this one I have on here now, 3 passing touchdowns for Levis, 3 passing touchdowns for Malik Willis. And then you also see 2 passing touchdowns for Malik Willis as well on this ticket. I have Brissett for 3 and Mayfield for 3. So this is an oddball ticket. I just like the big odds. So we're going to take a shot with it at a real cheap price. That's the thing. You can literally do this parlay for $1 and get an extraordinary payout. But the way you see this set up, since you have Malik Willis twice, it's going to be a round robin with all these players. And the last bet will be Malik Willis for 2 touchdowns, a separate bet for Malik Willis for 3 touchdown passes. All right, so these are all different parlays together. Some of these are just 3s, or some of these are 4s. But know that the Willis is a separate bet with the plus 3 touchdowns and the 2+ touchdowns overall, matching up with everything else. If that makes sense, hopefully it does. Round robin is the name of this show. It's as simple as that. You have 3, 4, 5, 6 teams, whatever the case may be, and it's all of those teams and different types of parlays. 3-game parlays, 4-game parlays, 5 games, or all 6 if you have a 6-team parlay. So it gives you room for error. You can go 3 and 3 and still have a nice payout at the end of the day because you've had 3 winners hooked together for the one lone victory. And that's usually well enough to give you a decent payout from what you invested. If it's, say, a $30 6-team round robin, at the end of the day, if you get 3 of those right, you're probably going to, and you're going to have to move the lines around a little bit. But you can get, $200, $300 easy victory, just as if those 3 hit. And that actually gets you a win on the day when you go 3 and 3. So the purpose of the round robin is that. And then you can imagine if you hit 5 of the 6, then you're hitting a bunch of different 3-game parlays. You're hitting a few 4-game parlays, the 5-game parlay, and that's going to be a huge payout. All right. So think of it all in those terms. I do like to give it Gibbs receiving yards over 23.5. So I'm going to mark that down as part of my play that I will do later after the show. Any of these quarterbacks do I like rushing today? Let's see. Goff's only 1.5 for a rushing yard. He never rushes, but man, I can see it. Baker's a kind of a little bit of a runner too. He's just at 9.5. So maybe even I'll take a shot with those 2 guys overall. So look at this. I got Dak for 25 yards, Derek Carr for 3 yards rushing, Goff for 2 yards rushing, Mayfield for 10 yards rushing. And now I have a ticket constructed all the way up to 31-1 odds. All right. So I like this little quarterback rushing game. Decent enough defenses on both sides to flush the quarterbacks as well. Let's see. Anything else to look at here? Montgomery's 56.5 for his rushing yards. Gibbs 46.5. That's the thing. You just never know with this coach. Last year it started off with Montgomery. By the end of the year, it was Gibbs. We figured it would be all Montgomery last week. It kind of was until the second half came, and then it was all Gibbs. And then in overtime, went back to Montgomery. So you just never know with the coach. Campbell. A fun game overall. I still think there's better bets on the board out there than the Lions and the Buccaneers, but a good game at 1 o'clock nonetheless. How about the Cleveland Browns love on the show this morning? From Nephew Dave, from Nick Athen, even as a survivor pick. The Jags are -3 at home, over under 41.5. And I'm on that Cleveland train too today. I want to see them rebound. That was a bad start to the season last week. Jacksonville had a collapse themselves, a game that they were winning. They let the lead slip away to Miami. Miami didn't lead that game until the 0-0-0 mark of when it was over with. So a bad taste in the mouth for the Jags. They'll open it at home against the Browns today. 41.5 is the total. I just like the points with Cleveland here. I think they're a deeper team. Defensively, I think they're going to be better, although Jacksonville played very well defensively last week. Could it be a lower scoring game again? I could almost see that. But I'm not going to be shocked if Watson comes out and has a really, really good game today. For Deshaun Watson, he's only at 211 yards passing. I think he can go well over that total today. Trevor Lawrence is at 222.5. I think that sounds about right for him against the stingy, they should be a stingy Cleveland defense. But maybe both of those numbers are too low at the end of the day. Lawrence for 250 yards is plus 178. Watson for 250 yards is plus 235. Receiving wise, let's see. Kirk is at 46.5. Evan Ingram, 38.5. Brian Thomas Jr. is at 38.5. Gabe Davis, 35.5. So you're getting some low numbers with the Jags receivers. Amari Cooper is 57.5. Judy is at 40.5. ETN is at 16.5. He might be someone, even with the fumble, that I might get involved with again on his receiving yards. 16.5 just seems low for him. Let's see what his alternate number is. For 40 yards, it's plus 540 for Travis Etienne receiving today against the Cleveland defense. That's going to kind of fluster you a little bit. So I'm definitely going to add that to a ticket as well. The receiving yards for Travis Etienne. I would even take a look at the receiving yards for Jerome Ford, to be honest. For 40 yards for him is at plus 420. He has caught the ball out of the backfield before, and if he gets in space, he definitely has the breakaway capability. I can see both of these quarterbacks using their safety outlets this afternoon with their running backs. So I'll throw Jerome Ford on there as well for 40 yards or more at plus 420. Let's see here. The quarterback rushing props. Do I want any of that? Deshaun Watson is at 22.5. I'll pass on that. Trevor Lawrence is at 14.5. I'll actually pass on that one too. Let's look at the 2 touchdown scores for this. ETN is at 6-1. Ford is at plus 950. I do like Ford for 2 touchdowns. For Cleveland, if they're going to have that success, I'm going to trust that. It could be the Amari Cooper show at 16-1 for 2 touchdowns. That's a nice number. Kirk's at 22-1. Brian Thomas Jr. 22-1. Tank Bigsby 25-1. Gabe Davis 27-1. Jerry Jeudy 27-1. Evan Ingram 26-1. He needs to emerge. We did not see him at all last week. And Deshaun Watson, the rush for 2 is at 33-1 odds. I think at the end of the day, the passing yards are low as well. Just for the baseline again, Lawrence 222.5. Deshaun Watson 211.5. Deshaun Watson, again, man, nice big payout if you can get to 275 yards, nearly 4.5-1 for him. But I do like Cleveland today. I think Jacksonville is not necessarily a favorite here. I think this is more of an even game to me. I think the Browns got a good opponent in the Cowboys last week. Kind of got a little bit of a wake-up call. And legal trouble aside for Deshaun Watson, maybe it is a distraction at the end of the day. But if you can push all that aside, I think Cleveland can have a decent day down in Jacksonville. Weird game overall for sure. truly will not be shocked one way or the other. This is one of my better plays on the board, I think, for this afternoon in Minnesota. The 49ers are laying 4.5 and 46.5 is the total. I think that number is way too light. 49ers should be pretty much a public play today. And I think that one gets home for the public. Sam Darnold, they have the playbook on him. Let's be honest. Darnold playing with the 49ers last year, they're going to know what his weaknesses are, what his strengths are, if any. And he did look decent last week against the Giants. But I really like San Francisco here, minus the 4.5. I think you can move this to an alternate line. Alternate spread for San Fran today is at minus 13.5 is plus 280. I think that's fine. But I think they can win this game by 17 points or more. Minus 16.5 is at plus 390. The win by 20 or more is at plus 560. So you're getting a big payout on the 49ers to win on the road today. I think they win comfortably. I like Dave Del Grande's angle of Brandon Ayuk having a big day. The Niners do flip-flop from week to week who's the breadwinner is. I think we'll see the running back have another good game again with Mason once he starts to coast home with the victory in the second half. So I expect the 49ers just to have a good game overall. I'm going to have them on several tickets today, and I think they're easy double-digit winners, to be honest. So I like the 49ers. We'll ride with them here in week 2. Again, I think a very public play, and I think a potential bloodbath for the sports books. 2 touchdown scores for the Niners today. Jordan Mason is at plus 390. Debo is at 7-1. Ayuk 13-1. Kittle 18-1. The San Fran defense, I would not rule that out. 60-1. Juwan Jennings 50-1. Kyle Juszczyk is 110-1. And I think that's worth a shot, maybe. We're going to have to throw Juszczyk on a ticket somewhere on the long shot. 2 touchdown score ticket. We'll construct one at the end with some of these long shot guys. But Juszczyk, with the injury to McCaffrey, you never know. He could definitely get in there for 2 scores and in just a weird way. As Minnesota, I think, wins this game. As San Francisco, I think, wins this game convincingly over Minnesota. The alternate passing yards today, Darnold to get to 250 yards is only at plus 130. I'm not going to bet that. You don't get a significant Darnold payout until he gets to 300 yards or more, where you're getting over 4-1 for that. This is a San Francisco defense that I don't think is going to allow any of that. And I'd be hesitant with the Purdy yards as well. Again, once San Francisco gets the lead, it's bound to be the Jordan Mason game and just coast this one home to victory. Let's get back to Levi Stadium at 2-0 and get ready for week 3. So best play on the board for me in this game, it's just the Niners on the all line. I'll take that all day. And a rough afternoon for Mr. Sam Darnold. Don't sleep on those Niners to score on defense either. Regular touchdown score just for the one for the 49ers on defense is, let's see here, 6-1 for the San Francisco defense to score this afternoon. Kittle's 2-1 for a regular touchdown. Ayuk plus 170 we'll have on a ticket. Debo plus 110. Mason minus 135. We haven't even talked about Justin Jefferson. We hope he has a good game for our future's sake anyway. Maybe he can get a touchdown. He'll pay plus 130 for that. For 2 touchdowns for Justin Jefferson is at plus 900 on this afternoon. So give me the 49ers in a romp over the Minnesota Vikings. And if we're going to look at the quarterback rushing props, Sam Darnold's 9.5. I won't take that. Brock Purdy 7.5. He did have the one scramble last week for 10 yards that got him over to 7.5. But Purdy doesn't run much. I would probably lay off of all this altogether. Minnesota does have the type of defense that will make Purdy scramble. But I think better chances on the board with some of these other quarterbacks even though Jared Goff's one of them, just to get the 2 yards. That's the trouble with Goff, too. He could get 2 yards. But then again, next thing you know, he's downing the ball in the victory formation, taking those yards away from you. So I might have to rethink that overall, throwing Goff in there. But, man, it's just so tempting. He just needs 2 yards to get that over 1.5 prop. Let's see here. Next game on the board, the Chargers and the Panthers. I think this is a very similar game to the San Francisco game. Again, a potential bloodbath for the books. The Chargers are minus 4.5 and 38.5 for them today. Let's see here. I think this is, again, a convincing win. The Carolina's just not good. They were my preseason to be the worst team in my head. And they showed it last week against New Orleans. I mean, they had nothing. Bryce Young has not convinced me of anything that he can do except for getting his rushing yards because he's running under duress usually. He's good to scramble a couple of times to get you those rushing props as he came home last week with the over on his rushing attempts. Or rushing yards totals, not attempts. He's at 11.5 today. That's a number he can get over against the Chargers. I can see him scrambling for 11.5. We'll go ahead and throw him on the ticket since he did pretty good for us last week in that regard. He's actually plus 360 for 25 yards. I'd actually take a shot on that too, maybe. If I throw him on that ticket with Dak Prescott, Derek Carr, Goff, and Mayfield, this $10 is now paying $1,400. Let me go ahead and just play that just for the heck of it. That's 5 quarterbacks rushing the ball, $10 to win $1,400. And again, that ticket is, as soon as they approve it and it lets it go through, that ticket is Dak Prescott for 25 yards, Bryce Young for 25 yards rushing. And then we'll go with Mayfield over 9.5. We'll go with Derek Carr over 2.5. And we'll go with Jared Goff over 1.5. He will somehow magically get to 4 yards rushing today. And that will be enough with one kneel down to get this ticket home. But I think the Chargers winning this game convincingly. They outclass him with Herbert as the other quarterback to Bryce Young. I mean, there's really no comparison to me. Not even that Herbert's that super great, but he's going to be better than Bryce Young at the end of the day. He certainly is much taller. You can see over his offensive line at least. And then Jim Harbaugh, I think, outcoaches the Carolina coach all day long on this one. I mean, he just knows the deal. You feel like the Chargers have good momentum after beating the Raiders last week. It's probably a lower scoring game as well. Carolina's going to find points hard, just like the Raiders found points hard last week. And we'll get the Chargers running the ball a decent amount as well. I'll take the Chargers in a blowout with the alt line here. And they're going to pay just like the 49ers did. If they are up to minus 13.5, they're plus 280, minus 16.5, plus 390, and then all the way up to minus 19.5 at plus 560. I think all those numbers are fair. 24-7 sounds about right to me. I think this game plays under the total. Chuba Hubbard for a touchdown, plus 155. J.K. Dobbins, plus 165. Gus Edwards, plus 165. Hayden Hurst, plus 330. Quentin Johnston is at plus 360. Deontay Johnson, plus 410. Thielen, plus 470. Herbert to run one in is at plus 470 as well. 2 touchdown scorers. Let's get to those. Chuba's at 10-1. Good payouts for the 2 touchdown guys in this game. Gus Edwards, 11-1. Now 12-1. Moves right in front of my eyes. J.K. Dobbins, 11-1. Hayden Hurst, 60-1. Quentin Johnston, 50-1. Justin Herbert, 55-1. Quentin Johnston, felt the wrath of Nick Athen on this show earlier, saying that he's not an NFL wide receiver. Miles Sanders, 49-1. Will Dissly, 100-1. Adam Thielen is at 55-1 all today for 2 touchdowns. I think the Ant-Man likes the Chargers for a defensive touchdown as well today. I could actually see that happening. Let's see. This Chargers defense, 6-1 for a touchdown. Passing prop wise, Bryce Young's at 182.5. Justin Herbert all the way down to 203.5. Man, why could I see a game plan where Herbert just comes out and tries to sling it against the poor Carolina defense? I'm going to have to jot down the Herbert passing yards as I'm finding new bets to make at all times as we go through this list. Again, I'm rotating some tickets up on the board, up on the screen, so take a look at any of that. Here's our anytime defensive touchdown round robin. So the 5 teams we threw in this are Green Bay, New England, San Francisco, the Chargers, and Dallas. If 2 of those hit, that's a nice little payday. If 3 of those hit, that's a real nice payday. We got 4 defensive touchdowns on that list. We are probably traveling to Vegas, and if we hit all 5, we might take the rest of the year off from work altogether. So defensive round robin up on your screen right now. Yeah, I like the Herbert passing yards. I mean, how do you not? Just 202.5 is his baseline. I know the Chargers are a running team, but the way that Carolina came out and played defensively last week, I mean, you could see Herbert taking shots today. I really, really could. Nice weather down there in Carolina as well for that today. All right. Next game on the board. Is the Raiders and the Ravens. Everyone's survivor picked the Ravens, hosting the Raiders. Raiders looked bad last week. We know what happened on that Thursday night game in Kansas City with the Ravens and the Isaiah Likely toe tap out of bounds that nullified the victory on the overturned call. So can the Ravens get all of that taste out of their mouth and have a successful home victory today against Las Vegas? 8.5-point favorites are Baltimore. Over under is at 40.5. Touchdown scorers today. Derrick Henry minus 145. Zamir White plus 175. Lamar's plus 170. Zay's plus 195. Devontae Adams plus 250. Likely plus 280. Mark Andrews plus 290. Justice Hill plus 390. Brock Bowers 5-1 for him. 2 touchdown scorers in this game. Henry's plus 340. I do like the Derrick Henry for 2 scores today. I'm going to throw him in a ticket for sure. Lamar Jackson 12-1. Zamir White 14-1. Zay Flowers 15-1. Devontae Adams 22-1. Mark Andrews is at 27-1. And Isaiah Likely, let's not forget about him. He almost had 2 last week. 28-1 for him. I don't know what to think about this game. I want the Raiders to keep it close. I want to see survivor pool reckoning. For that reason alone, I'll lay off of it. Baltimore's not a team I like to play on typically anyway, although they do cover the spread over the years a ton. They've been a decent moneymaker. I have not been profitable betting against them. I'll say that. But I think this one I'm just going to leave alone for the most part today. The passing prop wise, let's see what we have here. Lamar Jackson to get 225 yards is plus 118, 250 yards plus 225, 275 yards plus 430. I just feel like it's more of a Derrick Henry day. I really do. Gardner Minshew for him, 3-1 if he passes for 250 or more, 225 yards for Minshew, and he pays at plus 168. The rush prop for Lamar, 47.5. Derrick Henry is at 71.5. Zamir White, 44.5. Gardner Minshew is at 5.5. Can Gardner Minshew scramble for 5.5 yards? I'm going to have to look at his play log and come up with another quarterback rushing ticket. I do like Henry. I think he's the best bet in this game to score a touchdown, and I would even lean on him to score 2, to be honest. So I would look at that route. I think the safe route more than anything today. We'll see. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the Ravens line being a little shoddy, and Max Crosby can definitely wreak some havoc. So maybe trust Henry a little bit more here. Let's get the running game going. Let's not get Lamar killed by Max Crosby. Maybe the game plan overall for Baltimore. All right, next game on the list is at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is the Seahawks and the Patriots. The Seahawks are minus 3.5. Over-under is 38.5 in this game. There's a few things I like here. And we're going to go right back. Let's start there with the receiving props overall. And my man Tyquan Thornton, who went over and is all over last week at a big payout, and he doesn't need much for an alt over, let me tell you. 40 yards gets you there. Tyquan Thornton, 17.5 yards for his payout. On straight up line of receiving yards. Alternate wise today for Tyquan Thornton, plus 390 for 40 yards or more. All right, so he's still paying good. And then you can climb the ladder from there. Tyquan Thornton, 50 yards is plus 650. 60 yards plus 980. 70 yards plus is 14-1. But Thornton's a player we've been targeting since last season, and he's done pretty good. He's injury prone kind of to start his career, but in the latter shades of last season and into week one, he seems to be the favorite target of Patriot quarterbacks. Brissett targeted him the most last week. So Thornton is going to be the man. I think for 40 yards at plus 390, that is a great payout. So I have him on a ticket or two already. I might have to add him on some more. The 70 yards or more at 14-1. We're just going to have to find a couple of longer shot plays and do an El Cheapo round robin and throw him in that. I'll tell you what, the Tyquan Thornton 14-1 for 70 yards or more and a Kyle Juszczyk touchdown is an interesting little play. Or Juszczyk for 2 touchdowns overall. Let's see, what does that actually pay? Let's see. Tyquan Thornton for 70 yards or more. And the thing that is likely never to happen, but you just never know, Kyle Juszczyk, 2 touchdowns at 110-1. Yeah, your $5 pays $8,320 for that to happen. I'll go ahead and throw $5 on that right now. Just on the obscure chance that's what happens. If Juszczyk gets 2 touchdowns, Thornton gets 70 yards. I mean, we are having a very, very nice weekend. Let's see. What else with this Seattle-New England game? We're going to get low ball numbers on the passers, I believe. Let's see. Geno's 220.5. Yep. Brissett's 186.5. Geno is a statue back there. And, the Seahawks defense is going to have to prove it to me. Like Del Grande said, Bo Nix threw it over 40 times last week. We'll see if Brissett puts it in the air a little bit more. We talked about the rushing attempts, 16.5 for the running back for the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson. So that's a good angle to take as well. We figure the Patriots are still a ground and pound team at the end of the day. Stevenson's rushing props 59.5 straight up. Antonio Gibson 15.5. Geno Smith is at 10.5. Zach Charbonnet, who's going to play for the injured Kenneth Walker, is at 60.5. Jacoby Brissett 13.5 for his rushing props. Brissett got his over last week, so maybe look at that angle. The baseline numbers, you got some low ones here for the Pats for sure. DeMario Douglas 30.5. Tyler Lockett 43.5. Jackson Smith and Jigba 41.5. DK Metcalf 52.5. KJ Osborne 18.5. There's Tyquan Thornton at 17.5. Noah Fant 27.5. Gibson 7.5. Ramondre Stevenson 15.5. You can catch the ball too. Jalen Polk 17.5. Austin Hooper 10.5. Zach Charbonnet 17.5. He could be a dump off receiver as well for Geno Smith. So I think some of these lower numbers are definitely achievable for overs. You don't need much in this type of game, which should be a grinded out, lower scoring game. It really should be. But if we get a few more points than we're thinking, that's not going to shock me either on a nice day up in Foxborough. Let's see. Touchdown scores in this game. Stevenson's plus 120. Charbonnet plus 135. Metcalf plus 210. Lockett plus 240. DeMario Douglas plus 490. Tyquan Thornton plus 550. 2 touchdown scorers in this game. Stevenson's 7-1. Charbonnet's plus 950. DK 17-1. Lockett 22-1. Smith and Jigba 24-1. DeMario Douglas 60-1. Hunter Henry is at 71-1. Tyquan Thornton is at 75-1. I like the Thornton for 2. And the payout's just there. All right, let's zoom through these 1 o'clock games as we are getting closer to noon. We're going to be on till kickoff when we keep it at this rate, so we'll just speed on through. The Colts and the Packers. The Colts are minus 2.5, over under 41.5. It's hard to speed on through this stuff when this is the content of the show. It's not like you need to speed through it. You kind of need to get it out there. But we will go commercial free. We'll say that. Malik Willis, 166.5 for his passing yards. I think that's too little. I'm going to give him a chance to have a good day with those receivers. Richardson is at 197.5. I just like Green Bay in this game overall. I don't see how the Colts are a favorite here. I just really don't. They didn't show. They get lost at home last week. I think they're slightly overrated as a team overall. And I think the Packers are going to be underrated with Willis at quarterback. I'm going to give him a fair chance. I'm going to wipe the slate clean, see what he does this week for Green Bay. I'm not going to put any stock into what he did at the end of the Eagles game. But I feel like 166 is a low number with all of these wide receivers that Green Bay has. Malik Willis, alternate passing. I mean, you're getting a great payout for 250 yards. I mean, you're getting 7-1 odds. So we got to throw him on there on a ticket for 225 plus yards. He's at plus 390. But I love Green Bay today. That's going to be one of my plays on the alt line as well. If Green Bay can win this game by 10 points, you're going to get paid out. Minus 9.5 is at plus 420. Minus 13.5 is plus 680. Minus 12.5, which is like what we like to do. If you think they're going to win by 2 touchdowns, which would be 14 points, don't do a minus 13.5. Just do the minus 12.5. Gives you that extra point that you can miss. A botched 2-pointer, or whatever the case may be. You give yourself that extra point leeway where we've cashed. That's been the ticket difference in some cashing tickets in the past. Minus 12.5 at plus 600. All right, we'll rotate some more anytime touchdown tickets. This is the Dave Del Grande ticket. Anytime touchdown for these 7 guys pays almost $10,000 on $10. So that would be Daniel Jones. 8 guys. Brian Robinson Jr. is cut off at the top here, but he's on there. So Brian Robinson Jr., Daniel Jones, Brandon Ayuk, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Gus Edwards, Derrick Henry, Isaiah Pacheco, Justin Fields. All 8 of those hit on $10. That's almost $10,000. In fact, do a round robin. Play it. So if 5 of the 8 hit, you get a payout, or 6 of the 8 hit. That's going to be a little bit less combinations. That gives you room to miss 2 guys. If you hit 6 of the 8, you're going to get a big payout at the end of the day still. Yeah, but for the life of me, I'm not sure why Green Bay's an underdog at home here. I'm going to take the Packers to win this game. They'll call it an upset, but I'm not going to consider this an upset. Anytime touchdown minus 115 for Jacobs. Jonathan Taylor plus 115. Richardson plus 155. Michael Pittman Jr. is at 2-1. Malik Willis is at plus 290. All right. Let's see here. Next game on the board. is, let's see, where are we at here? 2 more 1 o'clock games. The Jets and the Titans. The Jets minus 4.5, 41.5. I'm not going to be shocked if Tennessee wins this game. I'm not. It's a short week for the Jets. They had a sorry, the texts are coming in hot and the texts are coming in hot and heavy. So you have to excuse me for the pauses. It is the birthday weekend, folks. Birthday Eve to be exact. So we're gonna have a little party in the sports lounge this afternoon. The party was somewhere else, but I've been told it's been relocated to the sports lounge. Thus, I have whatever remaining time after this show concludes until 1 o'clock to set up the sports lounge. So a little bit of a crunch with the time here as well. But I'm not going to be shocked if the Titans win this game. They're 4.5-point underdogs at home to the Jets. Jets on a short week. Now Tennessee with an ugly loss last week. I just want the drama of an 0-2 Jets and a 2-0 Patriots on Thursday night, especially with the Patriots victory. Man, I could not wait to hear about that in the media, if that's how things play out at the end of the day. Let's see. One Breece Hall catch away on Monday night from $2,000. He did drop one, and then they pulled him out late. So that was the dagger for us. But receiving props today, Breece Hall is at 27.5 for his baseline, 31.5 for DeAndre Hopkins, Tyler Boyd 25.5, Ridley 43.5. You're getting low ball numbers on these Tennessee guys. Lazard 33.5. Garrett Wilson is at 70.5. Tajay Spears 15.5. Passing prop wise, Aaron Rodgers 226.5. Will Levis 192.5. I like the over in both of those players today for their passing yards. Levis for 250 is a 4-1. Aaron Rodgers for 250 is at plus 168. That ticket at the end of the day, together for those two guys, pays plus 820 overall. I'm not going to be shocked if Tennessee wins this game, folks. I'm just not. The Jets are going to have to show it to me after a loss to a really, really good 49er team. We'll see if they can make up for things this afternoon. You guys can look up the anytime touchdown scores. I'll just go ahead and take a look at the 2 touchdown scores since we want the big money today. I would look at Tony Pollard potentially at plus 800. I like Tony Pollard for 2 touchdowns. He had a good week last week. And I know it could zig and zag from week 1 to week 2, but I think Pollard is going to be a consistent staple mark for Tennessee's attack. He's going to help out the young quarterback as well. So Pollard for 2 touchdowns at 8-1 seems like a good number to me. All right, Giants and Commanders. We talked about that with nephew Dave and Dave Del Grande. Dave Del Grande loves this as his secret shootout game of the day. Overwise. So 42.5 is a lower number. Actually went up to 43.5, now back to 42.5. Anytime touchdown scorers today, Singletary's plus 130, Jana Daniels plus 130, Robinson plus 160, Neighbors plus 195, Eckler plus 230, McLaurin is at plus 250, Daniel Jones is at plus 290, Wan'Dale Robinson is at plus 350. Let's see here. 2 touchdowns today in this game. Jaden Daniels plus 850, Singletary plus 750, Robinson 10-1, Eckler 19-1, Neighbors 15-1, McLaurin is at 21-1. All right, passing prop wise, I think I just stay away from all this. But Daniel Jones is 208.5, Jaden Daniels 197.5. They both look like they should be easy overs, but maybe the running is where the offense comes from in this game overall. Even if that is with both of their legs, the quarterbacks, and then their running backs as well. So I'll stray away from that. The quarterback rushing props I like to look at too, but we're not getting a good payout for these guys. Jaden Daniels at 50.5, and then Daniel Jones is at 27.5. All right, next game on the board. We get to the 4 o'clock hour. How about that? Rams and Cardinals. Again, another spread that just doesn't make sense to me. It's flip-flopped now. How about this? The Cardinals were 1.5-point favorites. They're now 1.5-point underdogs. So we have about 3 full points of movement here this morning on the show. 47.5. So the Rams are taking all the money here. And rightfully so. I think they're the better team overall. Passing prop-wise for these guys today. Let's see here. Kyler Murray's 225.5. Matthew Stafford's 250.5. I'll stay away from both of those. Receiving prop-wise, Cup is at 83.5. I have him for season futures. I'll just root for him to score. McBride, 50.5. Demarcus Robinson, 41.5 seems low. Tyler Johnson, 34.5. That seems low. Greg Dortch has been quietly one of the better wide receivers in the league, almost top 20. He's 30.5 for his receiving yards today. Kyron Williams, you can see him catching the ball out of the backfield, just 14.5 yards for him. Cup to get to 100 yards today pays plus 154. Let's see. We'll look at the 2 touchdown scores and we'll move it on. But I think the Rams win this game. Again, another public play. The line movement has shown it. And that could just be a mascot for the sports books if teams like the Rams, Chargers, 49ers, Chiefs all cover today. Eagles tomorrow night, Texans tonight. A literal bloodbath potentially. 2 touchdowns today. Kyron Williams plus 350. James Conner plus 550. Cooper Kupp plus 650. I would take a look at that. The Kyler Murray 13-1. Marvin Harrison Jr. 16-1. Trey McBride 19-1. Demarcus Robinson 21-1. So the Rams now the favorite in Arizona, where they were an underdog, a full 3 points of line movement this morning. Wow, that's interesting. Let's see here. Next game on the board. Bengals and the Chiefs. We've talked about this game a ton already with Del Grande. We talked about it with Nick Athen. I think we all like the Chiefs by double digits. Let's be honest. It's 6.5, 47.5. I just think the Bengals are a wounded animal coming in here. The Chiefs also are my survivor pick for today. Nick Athen, who covers the team with the ChiefsBlitz.com, loves the Kelce prop for 2 touchdowns today. The wide receivers on the outside should get the focus. So Kelce is plus 125 for 1 for 2 touchdowns for Kelce today is at 8-1. Other 2 touchdown scorers, if that interests you, Pacheco is plus 490. Zach Moss 10-1. Jamar Chase 12-1. Rashee Rice 11-1. Xavier Worthy 11-1. Andre Iosevius 23-1. Mike Gesicki 31-1. I like the Kelce angle. I really do. I'm going to look at Kelce for a 2 touchdown score today as well. I like the ticket with like Jerome Ford, Mike Evans, Tony Pollard, Travis Kelce. Something like that's going to float my boat for a 2 touchdown player round robin at the end of the day. I think the Chiefs win this game convincingly against Cincinnati. Fun game in Pittsburgh and the Steelers potentially. Over under 36.5. Another sneaky over for Dave Del Grande. He likes this game to go over the total. Knicks had over 40 pass attempts last week. Fields brings a little bit different dynamic to the game than what Russell Wilson will. Probably better that Fields is going to be playing in this game. Russell Wilson won't have to listen to the boos, but so much. You'll get them today for sure. But the Steelers are a favorite at Denver, over under 36.5. I just like the Dave Del Grande angle. Let's just try to get over 36.5 and on a nice day in Denver and see if we can get some points up. I mean, this could be 14-7 at the end of the first quarter, and that over-under is toast in terms of playing at the under. I've heard a lot of public outcry for the under this week. I'm just not exactly buying it. So I will stick with an over in this game as the best play for me. I'm not going to take a side one way or the other. I do have rooting interest in Denver to win the AFC West somehow. So we'll hope for that, I guess. 2 touchdown scorers today in Denver are Najee Harris plus 950, Javonte Williams 10-1. Justin Fields, 16-1. There's a Jaleel McLaughlin at 25-1. Jalen Warren is at 30-1. Pickens is at 36-1. Cortland Sutton, 41-1. Bo Nix, 38-1. Josh Reynolds, 55-1. If we're going to have the secret points today, why not Justin Fields, 16-1? I do like that. Dave Del Grande does like him as a anytime touchdown score ticket as well. Let's see here. I'm going to have a play on Bo Nix over 166 and a half yards passing as well. I think we can move that alternate number up a decent amount. 225 pays plus 360, 250 pays plus 640. So some good numbers on the passing yards for Bo Nix. Justin Fields for 225 yards passing is plus 520 as well. So I could see that with these guys overall at the end of the day. Let's see. I already had a ticket with Levis and Rodgers for 250 each. If I put Fields and Nix for 225 each, this $10 ticket's going to pay $1,857. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'll throw all four of those quarterbacks in since I just have them plugged up here. That's Fields and Nix for 225 yards passing each. And then also Aaron Rodgers and Will Levis for 250 yards passing each. That $10 ticket again pays out $1,857. Excuse me. So sneaky play on the over in this Pittsburgh and Denver game. All right, let's get to the night games. Sunday night, Houston and Chicago. I just think Chicago's in a bad spot. The quarterback's a rookie. Number one overall pick, a lot of pressure. Now you have to go on the road after winning last week at home. But thanks to the defense that they won, not from the offense. But Caleb Williams is 219.5 over under passing yards. CJ Stroud 261.5 for him. I just like the Texans. I think they can win this game by double digits. They can win this game on an alt line. If we take them up to, let's just say, the minus 12.5, I don't think it's going to be a super good payout, but good enough at 2-1 to take it that way. I'd be hesitant to have them win by more, but yeah, 3-1 at minus 16.5 if you think there are 17-point winners. The Texans over the Bears tonight in Houston. 2 touchdowns in this game. Mixon is at 5-1. Del Grande said it perfectly. If you're going to redo the fantasy draft, Mixon would be a top 5 player right now. Nico Collins 12-1. I like that number for him. Diggs 13-1. Tank Dell 15-1. DeAndre Swift 17-1. DJ Moore 17-1. Dalton Schultz is at 31-1 for 2 touchdowns. I think, again, the bloodbath theme for the sports books. Go ahead and give me some Houston Texans on an alt line to beat the Bears this evening. All right, and the last game on the board, and we'll go ahead and get on out of here for NFL Week 2. Let's see here. Philadelphia and the Eagles now down to 5.5, so money coming in on Atlanta. Atlanta's got to show it to me, and they're in a bad spot outside. Loud crowd tomorrow night, drinking all day, very boisterous. Kirk Cousins is terrible in prime time. Let's not forget that stat overall. I think the Eagles romp in this one. Now, A.J. Brown is questionable. I don't even have him listed on my touchdown scorer list. But Saquon Barkley is minus 165 for a touchdown. 2 touchdowns for Barkley is only at plus 360. Bijan Robinson, 5-1. Hurts plus 650. Devontae Smith, plus 950. Dallas Goedert, 15-1. Drake London, 21-1. Kyle Pitts, 25-1. And I heard a case for a Jahan Dotson touchdown, potentially as well with no A.J. Brown. He is at plus 280 for a Jahan Dotson touchdown. Oh, excuse me. Oh, but I think at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, we are looking at another bloodbath game for the books. I think the Eagles cover the spread, A.J. Brown or not. The Falcons are going to have to show me some things, and that is a tough task up in Philly. Woo! A little bit of fall allergies in the air here. So give me Philly in a romp. All right. Let's cue up the most popular sounder in all of sports.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, let's go through some 2 touchdowns today. 2 touchdown scores, that is. Go ahead and give me CeeDee Lamb in the Dallas game. I'll take him. I'll take my man Mike Evans for Tampa Bay and what should be a higher scoring game in Detroit. 2 players that pique my interest for Cleveland, Amari Cooper and Jerome Ford. I might play them both in the round robin, so it'd be separate bets with all these other guys. But something just tells me it's an Amari Cooper day. But, man, can I see Jerome Ford just getting the ball slung out to him out of the backfield as well. Give me 2 touchdowns today for Derrick Henry. We'll take him for the Ravens. Go ahead and give me 2 touchdowns today for Tony Pollard for Tennessee. Pollard going to be the reliant figure for one Mr. Will Levis this afternoon. And I love the angle by our man Nick Athen with Kansas City today. Give me 2 touchdowns for Travis Kelce, and I'll throw one more at you in this Rams-Cardinals game. Go ahead and give me Cooper Kupp, 2 touchdowns for him. All right, best bets on the board for today. We will take Cleveland in an upset at Jacksonville. All these are alt line movable, I believe, although this could be the closer of the games. But I'll take Cleveland as an outright upset. I'll take the 49ers to rout the Vikings. I'll take the Chargers to rout the Panthers. I will also take New England in an upset at home to beat Seattle. I'll take the Packers in an upset at home as 2.5-point underdogs against the Colts. I will not be surprised if Tennessee wins this game. But I'm not gonna call for an alt line killer on this. But don't be shocked if Tennessee does beat the Jets handily here. And don't be surprised if the Jets beat Tennessee handily, I should say, on the flip side of things there. Give me the Rams over the Cardinals, another very public play. Give me the Chiefs in a rout over the Bengals, and another very public play. Sneaky play of the day. We'll go over Pittsburgh and Denver, 36.5. And give me both the home team favorites Sunday and Monday night, Houston and Philly. Again, I'm going to call for the absolute bloodbath this week for these sports books. If all these teams cover, it is going to be an ugly, ugly day for all casinos taking action. All right. We'll go ahead and cue up the Pie Tasters. They are here for Ska-Fest in Hampton, Virginia. Unfortunately, that happens on an NFL Week 2 Sunday. So we will avoid that. Unfortunately, that's something I want to do see the Pie Tasters play today. But we'll have to sit here and try to win money. That's the goal of this program. That's the goal of my afternoon. That's the goal of this beautiful birthday eve of mine. All right, guys. Thanks for joining in week 2. We'll see you for week 3. Good luck on all your tickets today.